of the webinar is not perhaps seeing in the screen. Therefore, I may request to Dr. Vijay Kumar Gide. Vijay Kumar Guide. Have you the biodata speaker? Dr. Guide. The biodata speaker is along with you, sir.
No, I don't have the biodata of the speaker.
You don't have the biodata of the speaker?
Yes.
Okay, sir, no doubt at all. Now we are going to start the session with the co-chairperson of yourself. You are the co-chairperson. Now you will perform the session and biodata will be submitted at the end of the talk. Dr. Guide, you have a time of 25 minutes for your talk. You have a time of 25 minutes for the talk and 5 minutes for the comments and discussion. So I may request Dr. Baro, Tinsukia, Assam, please ready for your presentation, and I request to Dr. Kumar Guide preside over the session. Now I over to Dr. Guide for the session.
Dr. Guide,
preside over the session. Dr. Daimalu Baro.
Dr. Baro.
Yes, sir. My slide is visible, sir.
Okay, sir.
A very good morning to everyone, respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and all the organizing team. Myself, Dr. Daimalu Baro, currently working as assistant professor at Tinsukia College, Assam, and it is a great opportunity for me to speak in front of such an eminent list of speakers. I would like to thank the organizer for giving this opportunity. So, as my title goes on Madhav Biosphere Reserve on an overview. I will be particularly speaking on forestic diversity and conservation studies going on at Madhav. However, I will be speaking about a few aspects of funnel diversity from my experience gathered by working as field biologist and research scientist over a couple of years at my Madhav Biosphere Reserve. So to start, as we all know, all about the biodiversity of a region indicates its richness in flora and fauna, composition and present status, which play a vital role in fulfilling human needs such as food, medicine and other needs. And therefore, to evaluate richness of biodiversity, investigation on plants and animals of the region is necessary, as biodiversity provides all the necessary resources required for humankind and for sustainability of environment. The conservation of biodiversity is as much. So the most suitable places for conservation of biodiversity is a protected area such as Biosphere Reserve, National Park, Wildlife Sanctuaries and Reserve Forest. And the areas are protected partly or wholly by national laws and provide good habitat for conservation of flora and fauna. In order to ensure the wildlife species are preserved and efficiently managed, and it is essential to know the kind of plants available in the national park and sanctuaries, as plants and animals are closely associated in habitat. As I will be speaking about one the prominent protected area, let me introduce about the region. So Northeast India, including Assam, is one of the world biodiversity hotspots. And the region has been a priority area for many global conservation agencies, as well as identity as one of the priority global ecoregions. So geographically, the region of Northeast India occurs at the association of the Indo-Malaya, Indo-China, Indo-Myanmar and Indo-Bangladesh, and join the foothills of Himalayan mountains. So due to enormous ability of the climate, in the region form an abundant ranges of ecology. One of the 6 Biosphere Reserve of India, created on 14 March 1989. And prior to the creation of Biosphere Reserve, and it was Manas National Park. And Manas was described as World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1985.
Dr. Baro, your slide
And
is not
Biosphere,
your slide is not moving.
the Biosphere,
Your slide is not moving.
Hello, Dr. Baro. Your
Dr.
slide
Baro.
is stable. It
Hello,
is
sir.
not moving.
Your slide is stable, it is not moving.
Just showing the first slide.
Just showing the first slide.
yeah, sir. First slide about the Biosphere Reserve.
Okay.
The Biosphere Reserve extends over an area 2,837.10 square kilometers from the river Sankos to river Dhansri in the east, and with core area of 526.22, and which inscribed in the list of World Heritage Sites in danger by UNESCO, and which was later withdrawn on June 2011 by the cumulative effort of the state government, BTC, and park authorities, NGOs, and local communities. The area is located along the Himalayan foothills on the north of Brahmaputra Valley, Himalayas, in 4 districts of Bodoland Territorial Council of Assam, and the districts are Kokrajhar district, Sirang district, and Baksa district, and Adalguri district. The name Manas is derived from the Hindu deity, the snake goddess named Manasa. So the status of the Manas areas keep on changing from time to time. In 1905, it was proposed as reserve forest, and 1989 the declared as Biosphere Reserve.
Dr. Baro, listen please.
So these are the maps of the
Dr. Baro,
Biosphere.
listen please.
Dr.
Yes,
Baro, Dr. Baro, your
Dr.
slide
Baro,
is not
Dr.
moving.
Baro, your slide
Here
is
is
not
showing
moving.
the first slide.
Here is showing the first slide.
First slide is showing on the screen.
First slide is showing on the
Okay.
screen.
Okay,
Okay,
please go
okay.
ahead.
Okay, please
Please
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Please go ahead.
So visible, sir.
Yes,
now
it is
visible,
visible.
Yes, yes.
Slide,
Yes.
slide is visible, sir.
Visible, visible.
Now it is visible. Your slide is
Visible.
Okay, sir. These are the map of Manas Biosphere Reserve.
Continuously.
Here the 7 numbers represent the core area, that is the national park, and the 13 numbers represent the wildlife sanctuaries of the Manas Biosphere Reserve, and the light greens are represent the some reserve forest of the area. And these are the map represent the national park or core area of the Manas Biosphere Reserve. The core area of Manas Biosphere Reserve was declared as Manas National Park in 1990 with an area of 500 square kilometers. At present, the area extends to 850 square kilometers with the first edition, that is the Sirang division. So, the Manas National Park consists of basically 3 ranges: Panbari Range, Basbari Range, and Huyapara Range. So, geographical boundary of the Manas is clearly distinguished with the Manas River. To the north, demarcated as international border with Bhutan. To the south, populated villages, and to the east and west where the reserve forest is. So the national park is located in the foothills of Baksa and Sirang district, and it was now presently called as BTR, Bodoland Territorial Region. So these are the map of the Manas National Park, including the first edition of national forest. And these are the maps of representing the wildlife sanctuary of the Bornodi Wildlife Sanctuary. So the sanctuary was established in 1980 to protect the hispid deers and pygmy hawks. And the sanctuary is named after the river Bornodi, and which flows on its western border. The sanctuary is bordered by the Bornodi rivers and Nalpara river to the west and east respectively, and on the northern boundary as well as defined by the Indo-Bhutan border. The south boundary is demarcated by cultivation, tea garden, and settlements. So these are some of the list of the forest blocks under the Manas Biosphere Reserve. So from the climatic condition, the Manas Biosphere is tropical. The maximum temperature arrives above 37 degrees, and during the winter it stays at around 11 degrees centigrade. And the monsoon season started from May to September, bring heavy rainfall recorded after 160 cm, and because of which the park often get flooded. So the natural drainage system of Manas National Park is maintained by Manas River. and which is a major tributary of the river Brahmaputra, split into two rivers. That is the Beki and Bulgaduba, and it receives the flame. Other than these smaller river streams, Gurusara, Rupuhi, Hakwa also flow through the national park. So Bornoti and Nalpara are the two rivers which flow on its west and east border, respectively towards the Bornoti Wildlife Sanctuary.
Dr. Baro,
Sir.
whenever you are talking, you please move your mouse to left hand side of your slide and click. If you don't click the slide, it will not move. Please.
Still the slide is not
moving.
Yes, now moving, sir.
Second
You
slide
take the
is
mouse to that slide, left hand side of the slide. Left hand side is there, the slide. 1, 2, 3 number is there.
बाएं side.
So when you are talking, yes, when you are talking, you click that slide. Okay, nice. Now it's okay.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
The soil of the Manas Biosphere Reserve in the northern part is composed of limestone and sandstone, whereas the grasslands in the south are made up of deeply deposit of the alluvium, and most of the area is low-lying and flat, and this prone to the water losing. And during rainy season, the area of the Biosphere Reserve is mainly composed of sediment deposited by the rivers flow through the Bhutan, and the area also has deep sand and sandy loams, soil with low water holding capacity. So these are the water bodies of the Beki River. From the towards this area is the Bhutan, Royal Manas, and these are the few streams of Biosphere. It's represented in the Panbari range of Manas Biosphere Reserve. So comes to the floristic composition, and during the floristic study we have recorded total of 810 plant taxa, and out of these 560 are dicot and 215 are monocot, and 32 belongs to pteridophyte. Gymnosperm was represented by 3 species only. Rare, endangered and threatened taxa represent 68 species under 57 genera and 39 families. So endemic taxa represent 17 species, belongs to 18 genera, and 16 families have been recorded from the Manas Biosphere Reserve, and out of these, 2 taxa, Garcinia assamica and Sclerodendron hexangulus, are endemic only to the Manas National Park. So the non-timber forest product represent 183 species. Out of these, 47 species are used as medicine, that is a traditional medicine. And edible plants represent 120 species, and social culture aspect represent 30 species. So these are the graphical representation of the floristic composition of the Biosphere Reserves. So angiosperm represent 72% of dicot and 28% of monocot. So this is the graphical representation of the 10 dominant families of the Manas Biosphere Reserve. And the poesy represents total 68 species, and the Pinisi represent 15 species. Whereas the orchid represents total 48 species. So these are the graphical representations of the part uses of the edible plants. So a few primitive plants have been recorded. About 16 primitive angiosperm species belongs to 5 families has been recorded from the Manas Biosphere Reserve. Includes Magnoliaceae, Annonaceae, Discreaceae, and Florenceae, Floraceae, etc. So a total of 17 endemic species belongs to 17 genera has been listed here. Here are the few photographs. Eulopia mani, it is endemic to the Manas National Park, and now it is only confined to the grassland of Manas National Park. It is actually endemic to Assam, but now it is confined to only Manas National Park. And this is the Sclerodendron hexangulus. We have discovered during our studies from the Manas National Parks, and this one is the species Popularium evolti. It is endemic to Assam and Nagaland, and it was discovered during our study from the Manas National Park. So this Garcinia assamica is also endemic to Manas National Park. It was discovered by the forest DFO. So these are some of the species: Erastologia saccata.
Continue.
Showing the slide of total 68 species of rare and endangered species of the Manas Biosphere Reserve.
Where are you slides also?
Sir, sir, slide is visible.
Slides
Hello,
visible.
sir.
But it
I
is
is
not moving.
visible, but it is not moving.
It is visible, Dr. Bora. You keep move on your mouse. Yeah,
Yes.
your mouse to the left hand side. And,
Yes, sir. Now slide is visible, no, sir.
Now it is moving.
it is visible. It is stuck up for moving.
Okay, sir.
You use the mouse left hand side of the each slide and click it.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. So these are the few photographs of the rare and endangered plants of the Manas Biosphere Reserve, Gynocardia odoratura, Nita montanum, and here the intention axillus recently have been recorded from the Manas National Park as an addition to Manas Biosphere. And here the same, these are the photographs of the same species with different colors in wild in nature. Here commonly we have found the pink color Dendrobium ephyllum and the Leonus scientificus. It is pink color is common, but sometimes rarely we have found the white color we have recorded from the Manas Biosphere Reserve. So for the systematic study of the morphology study, we have gone systematically on the flower section, and here the Soleventus macularii and Crocolaria mevoldi. Actually, the Soleventus macularii is earlier is endemic to China, but it was newly reported from the Manas National Park as an addition to India. So, though the Manas represents a good diversity of orchid species, so I have here showing the slide of some of the epiphytic orchids of Manas Biosphere Reserve: Area tomentosa, Dendrobium ephyllum, Acanthis primosa, Aries martiflora, Dendrobium jensinki, and Clistoma subulata. And a few of brown orchids I have shown here. Here, Fias tranquillis, Elophia mania, Calenthi odera, Elophia bicalosa, Elophia davia, and Narvilia aragona. So, few of the photographs is here presenting here of medicinal plants: Eureria picta, Agentia pedunculata, Arisculius saccata, Utpodia fructivosa, Steponia japonica, Orozella medica, Orana pubescens, and Tharmelia bellicarpa. And these are the some of the photographs of the traditional health practicing for their preparing medicine. So, these are the photographs of the few of the medicinal plants of the Manas Biosphere Reserve. Out of these plants, basically the Soledum amplificalis and Tremna herbaceae is highly exploited from the National Biosphere Reserve of in the core area by the local communities. Here, the few photographs of edible plants: Chlorogandus fasciflorus, Clerodendron saetum, Costus speciosus, Garcinia acetica, and Antidesma acidia. So these are the few photographs of the edible plants collected by the local. Out of these, Thermitomyces species, fungal species, Acaricus, and Avidia ferox is exploited from the highly Manas Biosphere Reserve. So these are the few photographs of the socio-cultural estate, and silkworm for feeding of silkworm used resinous communities by the local communities, and these are the preparation of the traditional alcohols by the Bodo community. Actually, the area of Manas Biosphere of the Prince Village are highly dominated by the Bodo community. The art and this is the cultural celebration of the rice field by the Bodo community. So I have shown here the few of the photographs of the trees of the Manas Biosphere Reserve has been reported. Here the Angelcardia species, Sticta, Gynocardia odorata. These have been present in the some of the semi-virgin forests of the Biosphere Reserve, and this Delina pentagata is very common in the is present in the grassland of the Manas National Park. Here the Symplophos coccinensis is during our study we have recorded 55 species as an addition to Manas Biosphere Reserve. So from the vegetation point of view, the vegetation, the grassland, Manas can be divided into two biomes: these are grassland biomes and forest biomes. So in general, the vegetation can be divided into semi-organic forest, moist mixed deciduous forest, moist mixed deciduous forest open, and grassland. the woodland. This comprises of the three species mostly belongs to semi-evergreen forest and modest deciduous forest. And some of the semi-evergreen forest of the species are Dubanga gratiflora, Michaelia champaca, Sarculia violosa, and modest mixed deciduous forest represent Bombay saiba, Laser species, etc. And basically, the two types of grassland are found in Manas Biosphere, the savanna grassland and alluvial grassland. This type of grassland is distributed in the northeastern part as well as the southern boundary of the Manas National Park, crossing the village. In this type, grassland is dominated tall grass like Imperator cylindrica, Secera norenga, Fragmentis, etc. So, the alluvial grassland, Manas National Park under this category represent 44.9 square kilometer and the Bonodi wildlife sanctuary represents 7.77 square kilometer, affected by the pure patches of grassland with many water loss and during the rainy season. So, Manas Biosphere Reserve is recognized as an important bird area with 475 bird species reported from the research. The animal diversity of the Manas Biosphere Reserve includes 60 species of mammals and 42 of reptiles and 70 species of amphibians. So the biosphere is also home to 186 species of butterfly and 81 fish species. And the key fundamental species of the Manas Biosphere reserves are tiger, one-horned rhino, wild elephant, buffalo, Bengal florican, etc. So these are the few photographs of the fundamental diversity. There is now the individuals represent total 30. And rhinoceros represent, as per Extinction 2000, represent now 44 individuals. And here the pygmy hawk, actually pygmy hawk previously spread across the Bhutan, India, and Nepal, but now only found in India, Manas and Borneo, Sonai Rupai and Orang. Actually it was discovered in 1971 from Borneo Wildlife Sanctuary. And these are the few photographs, ascitic water buffalo, Indian gourd, elephant, swamp deer and capped langur and the golden langur. Now a good population of golden langurs have been seen in the Manas Biosphere Reserve, and it is present in some part of the Kokrada district of Ultapani Range, and in the few few numbers represent in Panbari Range. Here are the few photographs of the bird species. Here the black neck crayon has been recently sighted in the Manas National Park at Panbari Range, and Bengal florican and great horn bill. However, the population estimation of the Bengal florican is going on. However, the earlier estimate it represents a total of 40 individuals. So, research showed the Manas Biosphere represents a vast diversity of the floral and fauna diversity, and many research projects have been going on, and some of the research and monitoring activities in Manas Biosphere conducted by Forest Department in collaboration with the different NGOs include rhino sensors, camera trap for tiger population estimation, wildlife population survey including the smaller animals, and captive breeding programs of pygmy hawk, studies on floristic composition, conservation and the current status of the golden langur, and introducing of in situ and ex situ conservation for rare endangered and threatened flora and fauna adjacent of reserve forest. So basically the grass from the habitat management, grassland management is done. Presently the grassland management is controlled by burning, irrigation of invasive species and control of legal grazing. So every year the grassland burning is being carried out from November to March. Burning of short grass patches is usually carried out before the 15th of January. As short grasses are habitat of pygmy hawk, Bengal florican and his species, the existing controlled burning creates pets mosaic habitats in the grassland. However, the removal of the invasive species are done manually by the Forest Department. And besides burning, another major issues of grassland management is leaves stock grazing, especially in the southern boundary of the Manas National Park.
Continue. Hello, Dr. Bora. Are you hearing me?
Hello, Dr. Baro. Your voice is not coming.
Hello, Dr. Baro. Your voice is not coming.
Hello.
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 I think Dr. Bora, there is
Hello.
a activity problem, I think.
Okay.
Net problem. Let's say all of them, the communication breaks. Dr. Baro,
Dr. Baro.
Dr. Baro.
ये बाहर क्या बोले देखिए हमारे यहाँ चल अपना चल रहा है ठीक यहाँ से
बात करिए ना सर, क्या आवाज आ रही है? थोड़ी सी सर अपना ये वाला झुकवा लीजिए।
Dr. Mishra, you take over.
Okay. Since perhaps Dr. Baro is out of the network,
Dr. Baro is out of the network.
therefore I am here.
Yes.
Therefore I am
on
here.
behalf of the convener.
On behalf of the convener,
is here
I, Dr.
to present
Sadashivrao is here to present the
brief biodata of the
brief biodata
Dr.
of the Dr. Baro.
Dr. Baro is not in the screen.
Dr. Baro is not in the screen.
It is better that we move to the next
It is
session.
better that we move to the next
And
session.
when Dr. Baro
And when Dr.
will
Baro
be our
will be in
line,
our
I will sum
line.
up the session.
I will sum up
The
the
speaker
session.
of
The
our next
speaker of
session is Dr. Rachna Chandra, senior scientist,
our next
Gujarat Institute of Digital
Dr.
Ecology,
Rachna Chandra,
Kutch.
senior
Dr.
scientist,
Rachna Chandra.
Gujarat Institute of Digital Ecology.
Dr.
Dr.
Rachna.
Rachna Chandra.
Hello.
डॉक्टर रचना,
Hello.
हेलो,
Hello.
कमल सर को हैं?
Dr. Rachna.
देखिए ना कैसे
डॉक्टर रचना,
मौर्य जी
अपनी
रचना जी थी डॉक्टर रचना चंद्रा
Dr. Rachna Chandra.
the chairperson of the session is Dr. S.S. Samant.
Chairperson of the session
Dr.
is
Samant.
Dr. S.S. Samant.
रचना चंद्र,
Dr. Samant.
I am here.
Okay sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon
Yeah.
sir.
रचना चंद्र नहीं है।
Good afternoon, Dr. Samant.
Okay, sir.
Dr.
Good afternoon.
Rachna Chandra.
I am here only.
Okay sir. Okay sir. Thank you very much sir. Dr. Rachna Chandra is to
is not
connect.
in the link. Just we are trying to connect her.
ठीक है.
Dr. Parot Wala Krishnan.
Dr. Parot Wala Krishnan.
Dr. 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 Vasant
Dr.
Kumar Singh.
Vasant Kumar Singh.
Dr.
हाँ जी उपलब्ध हूँ मैं. Yes sir. Good morning sir.
Dr.
Good
Vasant
morning,
Kumar
sir.
Singh.
Dr. Vasant Kumar Singh.
हाँ sir. Good morning.
Very good
Are you-
morning to you, sir. Are you
Very
ready
good morning to
to
you, sir.
present
Are you ready
the paper,
to
your paper
present
presentation?
the paper, your paper presentation?
Sure sir.
You are ready. Since the
You are ready.
earlier
Since
speaker,
the earlier
Rachna madam is
speaker-
presenting.
Rachna madam is
Oh,
presenting.
Rachna madam is.
Okay, sir. Now over to Dr. Rachna.
Okay, sir. Now over
The
to Dr. Rachna.
Dr. Rachna slide is showing.
Dr.
Before her
Rachna
presentation, I
slide is
move
showing.
to the Dr. Samant.
Presentation.
Please submit the brief
I
data
move to
and
the
preside
Dr.
over the
Samant.
sessions and
Please just submit
presentation
the
of
brief
Dr.
data
Rachna Chandra.
and preside
Dr.
over the
Samant,
session
please.
and presentation of Dr. Rachna Chandra. Dr. Samant, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. Good afternoon to all the experts and eminent speakers. Uh, I with Dr. Dr. Sanjay Sat today, we start this session. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Ratna Chandra. Ratna Chandra is a senior scientist and the head of Environmental Impact Assessment Division at Gujarat Institute of Desert Ecology, Bhuj, Kutch. And she additionally serves as in charge of coastal and marine ecology division in the same institute. She has a doctoral degree in environmental sciences for her work on nutrients and trace metals in soil, with a specific emphasis on metal hyperaccumulators. She is a recipient of a DST Inspire Faculty Award by DST. She works on restoration ecology, biodiversity, ecosystem services, metal speciation, and published 23 research papers in 13 abstract in national and international conferences, 9 chapters in books and 1 edited book and 1 monograph, and several technical reports she has submitted. And she also serves as editorial board member and reviewer for environmental pollution and ecology related scientific journals. With this brief background, now I would request Dr. Ratna Chandra for your presentation. Then
Sir,
this would be the
Dr.
question and answer.
Saman, she has
Dr.
30
Saman,
25
she has
minutes
30
for-
minutes,
Sir,
25
she
minutes.
has 25
Sir,
minutes
she
for
has
presentation
25 minutes
and
for
5 minutes
presentation
for the discussion
and 5 minutes for the
Okay, sir.
discussion.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, then you have 25 minutes for presentation, then it will be
5
followed by discussion.
Okay, sir.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Ratna Chandra, are you there or are you hearing us?
Yes, sir.
She is here.
Please start your presentation. You are not audible. Hello.
Hello. Dr. Rachna. Dr. Rachna.
Please unmute yourself. Dr. Ratna, please unmute yourself.
Your slide is visible. Your slide is visible.
Neither her voice is coming here.
Not visible. Neither her voice is coming here.
Dr. Rachna.
Voice is not there.
Voice not coming.
Dr. Rachna.
Neither she is visible on the screen.
Not coming. Neither she is visible on the screen.
Please unmute yourself, then start your presentation.
We should be making it within a minute or so.
मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं प्रेजेंटेशन।
मोबाइल से करें।
हाँ, मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं।
अरे कहाँ से करें?
Now can
Yeah, please share your slides.
yeah.
Your slide is showing. Please start the
Please start
presentation.
Now
the
am I
slide.
audible?
Yeah.
Your Yeah, now
your
your
slide is visible. Your voice is coming here, but you are not visible.
Am I audible now?
You are not.
You are not.
yeah, you are
Fine.
audible. Please start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, very good afternoon to all. Uh, at the onset, I would like to thank Dr. Skand Mishra for giving me an opportunity to present my experiences wherein I have worked in Kutch. So with this, I would start. Well, my presentation will be about Kutch Biosphere Reserve, and it is popularly known as the Run, and this stretches in 4 districts, basically Kutch Biosphere Reserve. And before coming to the biosphere reserves, let us see like how many biogeographical regions we have in India. We basically have 10 biogeographical regions in the country, and of this, the Indian desert zone is one. So this is the place where exactly our Kutch Biosphere Reserve falls into, because this comprises of the Thar and the Kutch Desert. So in the next slide, you can see like this is the importance of these 10 biogeographical regions of the country, because they have diverse habitat as well as the other faunal species supported by such habitat. Now, this another slide, you can see like this Kutch Biosphere Reserve, or I should say the area, basically I should say like this. It is like a part of Rajasthan and Gujarat, but then Kutch Biosphere Reserves fall into 4 districts, mainly Kutch, Rajkot, Surendranagar and Patan. And then of these 10 biosphere reserves, the world's great deserts, because Rajasthan and Gujarat are the ones where we have the hot deserts, and in other parts we have the cold deserts also. So when we talk about the world's great deserts, of 10 major deserts of the world, we have 4 in the country, wherein the Thar Desert, comprising like stretching to Rajasthan and Gujarat, is the one, and the other one is the white salt desert of Kutch, which is also known as the Run, and this is the desert which is part of the Kutch Biodiversity Reserve. Now this is a slide where you can see the glimpses like how the Thar Desert of Rajasthan looks like, and how the Great Run of Kutch. You can see it's a completely saline, or I should say a salt marsh area. This is how it looks like. The 2 deserts are extreme and they look like. Then when we talk about the Kutch Biodiversity Reserve, though it falls in 4 districts, but the majority of it is in the Kutch district. So that is how the name comes from. And Kutch Biodiversity Reserve mainly is composed of 2 major ecosystems. That is the Great Run of Kutch, which we popularly call it as GRK, and the Little Run of Kutch, which is known as LRK. So now these 2, GRK and the LRK, were once a part of the shallow Arabian Sea. But then because of the earthquakes, tsunamis and other such natural calamities, they got separated, and still they are separated by the salt water. So what happens is, since we sit in an arid area of the country, so what happens is, in extreme weather conditions, these areas have high evapotranspiration losses, and that is how all they get during rainy season rise up eventually. And then since it was inherently saline, this area, gradually the earth, the area gets this soil encrustation. It forms soil, like layers of soil, and that is how it's named. In Hindi we call it as Run, or in Gujarati that has come up, because it has huge extent of area which is completely saline. So like we have the GRK and the LRK. So GRK is basically a little portion of this thing, Run, and it is a southeasterly extension of GRK. And the GRK, this LRK, also region of Gujarat from the Sindh of the Pakistan, and also from the Gujarat mainland. So this Run area, if we see, it comprises of around 23,310 square kilometers. And Kutch is one of the largest districts of the country with 10 talukas. And it holds the GRK and the LRK. So why? Because LRK is the only habitat for one of the remnant Asiatic wild ash population. And we have the subspecies of that, which is known as Indian wild ash population. So this we have it in LRK, and around 4,800 plus individuals are there. So that is how it makes it so important, because the area is like so rich with the endemicity of these faunal species. And then in the GRK we have the nesting ground of flamingos, which are the only nesting ground in the country, because they do visit the other parts of the country, but then they do not nest. But in GRK, in Great Run of Kutch, they do nesting. Now, run is a unique ecosystem, as I said, with soil encrustations in saline marshes. So this has adversely impacted the biodiversity of the area. Like, since it is highly saline, it will not be able to support much of the diversity. So it has adversely impacted. And apart from that, there is intensive agriculture, waterlogging, which is coupled with high evapotranspiration losses. Then there is capillary action, which creates salt waste in the depression and salt pans in the periphery of the run. So these are some of the major factors in the area. And when we look at this, we can say like the area seems very lifeless. If you see this area, it looks very lifeless, but then in fact it has many species which have evolved over the years with the, like, they have the special ways to survive in the harsh conditions, and they are very, very important species. I'm getting disturbance. Yeah. So now when we talk about the area, again I would say, like, because of high evapotranspiration rate, which may exceed like a ratio of precipitation and this thing is somewhere between 2:1 and 33:1. So that is like it leads to high aridity of the area, and it also receives very less rainfall. We have only 13 days in a year where we receive rainfall, set to if it is an average value, if I say, because the rainfall is less than 10 inches. So now when we talk about the Kutch, it is highly vulnerable area, because we have process of desertification happening, because we are sitting in a dryland area, in arid area. Then we have intermittent cyclones, because we do have oceans here, and the rainfall is quite erratic and scant. And then all these factors lead to climate change and associated vagaries. And obviously, since I said it is a part of the ocean earlier, so we in the area, and because of biological interventions, eventually we also have biological invasion by the Prosopis viviflora, one of the plant species, which is spreading extensively across the country, and I should say also across the state. And then we have this is falling in seismic zone 5 category, and it is highly prone to earthquake. And then there is a lot of migration routes, and we have drought, as I said, because of erratic rainfall. So Kutch is highly vulnerable, but still if we look at its diversity, biodiversity, whether it is flora or fauna, it's highly rich. So now coming to the Kutch Biosphere Reserve, so that is how the name has come up. Majority of this is a part of Kutch, so though it stretches in 4 other districts in total. So when we talk about Kutch Biodiversity Reserve, it was designated as BR on 29th January 2008, and the total area of Kutch Biodiversity Reserve is 12,454, and of this, some part of the GRK and some part of the LRK falls under Kutch Biodiversity Reserve. So though the total area of GRK is 16,000 plus and LRK is 5,000 plus, but then some part of this falls into KBR. And then we have the Desert Wildlife Sanctuary here in the Great Run of Kutch, and we have the Wild Ash Sanctuary in the Little Run of Kutch. And this KBR is one of the largest tracts of protected areas network of the country, and it is also holding one of the Asia's finest grasslands, that is the Botany grassland, which was one of the Asia's finest grasslands once. Now when we talk about the flora of either GRK or LR, I would say like much of the floral species are common in both the areas. So we have around 253 floral species existing in this area, and we have quite a good number of rare and endemic species, of which Conifera whitey, which we commonly called as Google, is existing here, and we have the Ephedra foliata also. Then apart from that, in the eastern border of Bani grassland, we have one landlocked mangrove or the inland mangrove covering an area of around 2 hectares, and it is known as Shravan Kavadia. So there were good number of trees in huge height. These are basically like mangrove dominated area. So what happened is, it was, since I said it was a part of the ocean earlier, so exist cause of earthquakes and these things, it completely got cut off from that. So though they are landlocked, but still the mangroves were flourishing well with a single dominated species of Avicennia marina. But then very recently, we had like only 8 individuals remaining, and then now we have zero individuals of Avicennia marina existing. So in such, basically we have 2 landlocked mangroves. One is the Shravan Kavadia, which we lost very recently, and apart from that we have the Guniri wetlands, which is now being declared as a biodiversity heritage site. Now coming to the Shravan Kavadia, yes. Then we have the fauna of GRK and the LRK. As I said, we have the flamingos, the lesser and the greater flamingos, and then we have the avocet, we have large-eared hedgehog, we have the Indian wolf, desert fox, chinkara, porcupines, desert cat, Indian rattle, caterpillar, and striped hyena and the Indian wild cat. So this is one map which is showing the distribution of certain faunal species in the arid area of Kutch, because some of these fall in the Kutch bioreserve also. So from that viewpoint I have included this map. Now you can see, like I have shown some species, few important species of mammals, that is the jungle cat and the long-eared hedgehog and the Indian gazelle.
जो बोलेंगे तब करिए, नहीं तो हो सकता अपने से करें.
And then we have certain reptilian species such as the spiny-tailed lizard.
उसमें करके फिर शेयर कर देंगे.
We have the desert monitor.
पूछ लीजिए, बताएंगे ना.
And then we have the
कुछ नहीं, 2 मिनट, 1 मिनट लगे, आधा मिनट.
Now, apart from that, we have several bird species which are important to us. One is the Lephoricus, because the Bani grasslands are one of the habitats for this species. And then we have, as of now, like it's doubtable, but then we have 1 to 2 individuals of Great Indian Govt, that is the GID. And then we do have Habara also in the Bani grass. So when we look at the migratory bird flyways and the study location, that is the BABR, you can see that this is one of the Central Asian flyways. It is a route for the migratory birds. So that is one of the reasons why it is so rich in diversity. This is another slide which is depicting the migratory route along the Indian coast, from the northern to the southern, and from the western to the southern, and from the eastern India to the southern part of the India.
ये बालाकृष्णन नाम से.
Now this is one slide where you can have a clear idea like how the things look like. At times it is completely like saline, dry, lifeless. But then when it rains during monsoon, the area is so rich that it attracts so many individuals of birds and different species of birds. It's saline, but at times it gets converted into wetland. Now, we also have flamingo city, as I said, because of the presence of flamingos and its existence. There is one island called Andabed. Andabed because the flamingos nest extensively there in the Great Ram of Kutch. So there is an island, and it was reported during 1886 by Maharaja Hengarji. During 1886 that we have the great flamingos nesting there. But then eventually Dr. Salim Ali estimated the population of this species around 500,000 in the GRK. And apart from this, the area also has the rosy pelicans, the lesser flamingos, avocet, and they do serve as breeding grounds for these species. So this is how the area looks like during rainfall, and during lean periods it completely dries up. So you can see like these are old pictures from my senior field, and they have shared with me, and you can see this is one of the largest nesting colony existing in the landscape. Now when we talk about the wild ash population, this wild ash population, this species is a flagship species and is a Schedule 1 species under the IWCA Act 1972. So we have around 4,800 actually now, 4,800 plus individuals of this. It is a subspecies of Asiatic wild ash. So, but then these are the last remaining populations which survive or exist in the little runoff Kutch. So it is like a very important ground or the habitat for this species, LRK, and like this species was historically widely distributed in the northern west part of the India, and it also stretched to some pockets of Pakistan in the Sindh and other parts. But then now it is narrowly distributed and is restricted only and only to LRK. And there are census being conducted by the Forest Department. So the population has increased. I am happy to share that the current population is around 4,800 plus, and around 20 to 25% of the wild ass population was recorded outside the sanctuary also. Why? Because it had availability of fodder, and then eventually there were strict conservation measures, and like there were no natural predators. So the human wildlife conflict was lessened, and then gradually the population increased of this species. Now coming to the distribution of caracal, it is basically like a species of cat. You can see this is how it looks like. You can see from this side, but it is a very fast-moving species, and it is a Schedule 1 species under the IWCA, which we have in the run. And this species is the least studied species because of its like fast movement, and like when you try to record it, or when you try to capture it, or if you try to move to like run behind it, then it will walk so fast that no one can catch hold of it. So that is the problem with this species, and earlier it was distributed in many parts, but now the caracal is distributed only in Rajasthan and in Gujarat. So in Gujarat we have like of 10 talukas in Gujarat, which is existing in 8 talukas. And we like there are records of this species from the Surendranagar and Patan, which are not touched by predators. So there is basically paucity of information about this species, and there is no population estimate as far as its like data is concerned, and the species is losing its population basically because of the habitat loss. And as per Ray et al. 2005, they say the species is close to extinction in India. So this is like the record you can see in the Gujarat and in the Kutch area, and it has been reported from this to Khader Islands and all. And there were surveys conducted by my colleagues of this institute, and they have reported it in 4 districts of Gujarat. And you can see like this is like some glimpses of how the run looks like during the lean months, that is the Gari run, and how it looks like when it is flooded with the sea water. And then at times it is like certain pockets of it are poorly vegetated at the fringes of the islands or the bays, and this is how like the area looks like. And then since the salinity of this area is high, since it was a part of the sea, the salinity is somewhere around 35 to 169. It means it was sea, and then gradually soil encrustation is happening, salt encrustation. So in high salinity, there is one crustacean species which is also known as brine shrimp, and like it is known as Artemia. So this run is one of the very good cultural sites wherein a livelihood option for the nearby people, could be attempted. So this species, as a part of its reproduction, develops cyst, and this cyst, they are very good. They form like very good larvae. Uh, the cyst can be given to the newly hatched fish larvae, like it is a food for that. And since this exists in highly saline areas, they can sustain, they can survive. So these areas are highly important for such cultures, and around 20 to 21 kg of this production our institute has tried in an area of around 1 hectare, and which fetches around 2500 to 6000 rupees per kg when we talk about the aquaculture farm. So it is a good market value. So this is all I would like to end with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ratna Chandra, for your excellent presentation on the run of Kutch Biosphere Reserve. Kutch Biosphere Reserve, in fact, you gave the insights about the Biosphere Reserve. Now, I request to the audience, please ask quick questions. Hello.
Yes.
Is there anybody has any query regarding the Biosphere Reserve?
Dr. Sawan,
No?
please comments.
Then
Dr.
Sanjay Satpute is there, co-chairperson of the session.
Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dr. Saab, please ask questions or queries if you have. And
ma'am, I have one question.
Okay.
You said in great run of Kutch, so many flamingos gather there during particular season of the year. So what is the reason behind this?
Sir, it is a, like I said, it's a migratory root fish.
What kind of food they give there? Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello.
She is off the screen perhaps. Dr. Sawan.
Okay, Saman.
Dr. Sawan.
Yes.
I
yes,
may request you please comment.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Sawan, please comments the. Okay.
I have no more questions.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, co-chair. And I think audience, they have not any question. I request you to, hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Yes, madam, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You are audible now.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to congratulate you with my co-chair for your nice presentation. My query is, have you documented all the species of flora and fauna of this Biosphere Reserve?
Yes, sir. Like my institute is extensively working for past 20 plus years, 25 years. We are running in the 26th year, so we have been documenting as and when we record the new species or new to the area. There was one question, I think somebody was asking, sir. It got disconnected.
Actually, Dr. Sanjay Satpute, who is a co-chairperson,
okay,
yeah, he is there. In case he wants to ask, then he can. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Dr. Sanjay.
No, sir.
No.
I have no any more questions.
Okay. Madam, I have a few general queries or you can say suggestions. You have done, your institute has done really excellent work, I would say, and many parameters you have already covered. My query is, what is the status of this Commiphora vitae, which is known as Google?
Okay, Commiphora vitae, yes. Like we have two species here, Commiphora, yeah, vitae and Stoxiana. One is Nika Google. So this YT's population has declined drastically, but our institute is working with other agencies, some with the Bangalore this thing, wherein we are trying to extract its resin, because it is basically extracted like used for the resin. So they are trying to develop a method wherein when we extract the resin, the plant doesn't die. So the thing is, the plant is very slow growing, and around 8 to 9 years it takes where we can start extracting the resin or the Google gum polyethylene. So when they start this extraction, the plant death is huge. Like so, we are trying to develop some methods wherein the mortality is very less. So we have been into the third year of culture, and my colleagues have been into it basically, I should say. And we have tried an extraction of around 111 individuals, of which only one individual has died.
Okay.
During extraction, and the wound and all heals up within a month's time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. What are the invasive species?
So we have Propopis juliflora here, which is highly invasive because of high salinity.
Okay, that is a hot desert invasive species, isn't it? Then you said this is the finest grassland of Asia. How? What are the unique grass species?
Sir, we have the Nalia and the Bunny grassland here. So Nalia still has certain pockets where the grassland is very good in terms of like diversity and density. But then because of the invasion of Propopis juliflora in past 40 to 50 decades, it is completely, like I should say, because of its allelopathic effect, it is eradicating the other native species like anything. So the fodder scarcity is very less. Is very high, because the Gujarat, when we talk about, we have the coastal belt and then we have the extreme like dry areas also. So people are dependent on livelihood. In Gujarat, we have this white revolution. So the livestock based income generation is very high.
Alright, then one last question. I have one query. You have say listed many threatened fauna, particularly mammals and birds. Then what is their status? Is
Sir,
it improving or? Yeah.
Sir, when I talk about the wild ass population, it is increasing over the years. It was in endangered category during 2011, but now it is in a certain category as of now. And then if I talk about the Great Indian Bustard, we have only 1 to 2 individuals remaining there. So that population is declining drastically.
Okay.
These are like some of the species which are very, very important.
Any conservation measures taken there for these species?
Sir, for some species they are planning to go for breeding centers, but then there are like practical difficulties also. But then the other team is working on it. My other colleagues, not like apart from this institute also, my other colleagues are working, friends are working on this for conserving these species. They are trying to put this breeding centers.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chandra, for your excellent presentation again, and with my co-chairperson, and now I hand over this session to Professor Mishra, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna Chandra. Very nice presentation. Very nice presentation. Special thanks to Dr. Saman. Thanks to Dr. Saman, chairperson of the session. Co-chairperson of the session, Sanjay, and also to Dr. Sanjay. Dr. Saman, chairperson of the session. Dr. Saman, chairperson of the session, and Dr. Sanjay of the session. Now I move to our next session. The speaker of this session is Dr. P. Balakrishnan. This session is Dr. P. Balakrishnan. Dr. P. Balakrishnan, Kerala Forest Research Institute. Scientist, Kerala Forest Research Institute, Kerala. Dr. Balakrishnan.
Welcome, sir.
Dr. Balakrishnan. My voice is coming.
Yeah, very good afternoon.
Okay, my voice is since. Okay,
Very good afternoon. I think my voice is okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Dr. Ravi
Good evening,
Upadhyay.
Balakrishnan.
Dr. Ravi Upadhyay, co-chairperson of the session. Co-chairperson of the session. He is not in the link. Dr. A.S. Reddy,
Dr. A.S. Reddy,
chairperson of the session,
chairperson of the session, Dr. Reddy.
Dr. Reddy is not
here due to some health
and
issues.
Dr. Ravi
And Dr. Ravi Upadhyay, co-chairperson of the session, is also not in the link
due to some link problem. Therefore, I may request to Dr. K.K. Khanna,
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 Dr. K.K.
my
Khanna,
voice is coming
my
to you.
voice is coming to you.
Khanna sir.
Khanna sir.
Khanna sir.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes sir. Yes sir. My voice is coming to you,
My voice
sir.
is coming to you, sir.
Dr. Khanna,
Dr. Khanna,
a scientist,
Yes.
scientist BSI,
Scientist BSI,
Allahabad, is here with great honor and respect. I may request
Dr. Khanna,
please preside over the session. Because perhaps you have no biodata of the speaker. Therefore, here is a brief biodata of the speaker. After the biodata, I may request to the speaker that please prepare your presentation. Here is the biodata of Dr. Balkrishnan. Dr. Balkrishnan has obtained his MSc degree in 2001 and PhD in 2008 in conservation biology from the Salim Ali Center of Natural History, University Coimbatore, India. He has appointment in several places. He has started his career as a research fellow in Salim Ali Center for Natural History, Coimbatore, India. Then he moved to the Kerala Forest Research Institute as a research institute. Then in Wildlife Research Coimbatore as a adjacent scientist. Also work as assistant professor of zoology in NSS College.
Also work as assistant professor of zoology
Madurai, India.
NSS College.
And now is
Madurai, India.
in a reported
And now
institution.
is working in a
He
reported
has
institution.
a
He
key
has
project.
a key
He
project.
has 15
He has
projects
15
in his credits
projects in his
and
credits.
he is author of 30 research papers
He is
in
author of 30
various
research papers
national and international journal of
in
repute,
various
18 technical
national
reports
and international
and
journal
10
of
popular
repute,
articles.
10 technical reports
With
and 10 popular
this brief
articles.
review,
With
I may over to Dr. K.K.
this
Khanna,
brief review,
please
I
preside over the
may
session
over to Dr.
and
K.K. Khanna,
requested to Dr.
please preside over the
Balkrishnan
session and
that
requested
please
to Dr.
start our
Balkrishnan
presentation. You
that
have a
please
time of
start your presentation.
25 minutes
You
for
have
your
a time
presentation
of 25
with
minutes
5
for your
minutes for
presentation.
discussion and
With
comments.
5 minutes for
Requested to
discussion and
please
comments.
sum up your
Requested to
talks
please sum
within
up
a
your
scheduled
talks
time.
within a scheduled time.
Dr. Balkrishnan and
Dr.
Dr. Khanna.
Balkrishnan and Dr. Khanna.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you
Am
are
I
audible.
audible?
Okay,
Yes,
sir,
sir.
you are audible.
Yes,
Okay, sir, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome Dr. Balkrishnan to this webinar, and I shall request him, although I am a man of botany, but I shall request now Dr. Balkrishnan to deliver his lecture on vertebrate diversity in the Western Ghats, the country. So now I welcome you, sir. Please deliver your lecture.
Thank you, sir. I hope overall the topic will be relevant to the entire seminar session. So in this talk I'll be covering an overview of the Western Ghats, then a brief introduction about the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, then what are the major vertebrates very briefly, and specifically the conservation issues, one or two major issues I'll be covering due to the time limit. So, as you know, the Western Ghats is one of the largest mountain chain in the peninsular India. It is running on the western coast of India and starting from the south Kanyakumari to River Tapti in Gujarat. So, almost around 160,000 square kilometers and 1,600 kilometer area is covered in 6 districts covering from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra and Gujarat. So there are few gaps in between the chains. The major one is the Palakkad gap, around 30 kilometer gap in Kerala part. So that is also a very important evolutionary gap leading to many divergence of many species, etc. So Western Ghats is also designated as one of the UNESCO's World Heritage Site that include 39 sub-sites in Kerala, 20 sites in Karnataka, 10 in Tamil Nadu and 3 in Maharashtra. Western Ghats is also one of the 8 hottest hotspot of biodiversity. The reasons for such biodiversity is the great topographic heterogeneity, the undulating terrain with the highest peak in the Anamudi, over 2,300 meters, and we also have a strong rainfall gradient in which the larger portion of the rain, over 7,000 millimeter rain happen in the southern part, and the dry zones with bimodal or unimodal patterns of rainfall in Maharashtra and other dry parts. So this heterogeneity led to the heterogeneous vegetation types, including the scrub forests in the lower dry areas, followed by the deciduous and non-deciduous forests, semi-evergreen forests, then the wet evergreen, followed by the shola forest, then the mountain grasslands. All these diverse habitats, vegetation types occur in the Western Ghats. And also we have a large series of rivers in the area. The major ones like the river Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Tamraparni, Tungabhadra, all this goes to the Bay of Bengal. And we have another set of small rivers which is flowing the west side to the Arabian Sea, including Periyar, Bharatapuzha combined, Kerala, Kali, Sharavati, etc. in Karnataka, and many other small rivers. And also we have large number of dams, over 50 dams constructed throughout the Western Ghats, and many waterfalls, etc. also form. Artificial lakes are also there, many. All this form heterogeneity in the landscape features, and thereby increasing the diversity of the area. So overall estimation, we have more than 350 species of globally important species. Majority of them belongs to the particularly endangered or threatened categories of IUCN. And also the entire area is having high population density, especially in parts of Kerala and Karnataka and Goa. So this pressure is in the past and current also transforming the landscape into small pieces, and also during the colonial period a lot of conversion happened for the plantation of coffee, tea, and also in the lower altitudes for teak, etc. So the existing landscape is only a mosaic of all this mixture, and the protected areas are also very limited in size. All this making the conservation process a bit difficult in the entire Western Ghats. So as I mentioned, as this entire seminar is on the Biosphere Reserve, I will make a mention of the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, which is one of the first biosphere reserve from India. In 1986 it is proposed, and in later 2000 again it is included in the MAB program of UNESCO. So this cover in 3 states, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And in Kerala and Karnataka the area is about 1500 square kilometer, and in Tamil Nadu it is over 2500 square kilometer. Overall it is more than 5250 square kilometer area. And major vegetations in this area include the dry and moist deciduous forests in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu part, and the evergreen shola grasslands in the Tamil Nadu Kerala side, and a few patches in the Karnataka side also. So this area is also important, having many major tiger reserves, other protected areas also. We have the Silent Valley National Park here, which is famous for the people's struggle in Kerala, and also we have the Mupurthi National Park, which is an important area for the conservation of the Nilgiri tar. We have recently established Karimbura National Park in the Kerala side. We have the tri-junction of these states, the Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. We have the Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, we have the Bandipur and Mudumala tiger reserves also coming. And interestingly, this area is the area with the highest tiger density in India, and also high population density, high cattle density, degradation of the forest, invasives, and the conflicts between human and animals and livestock, all resulting a complex situation in this tri-junction area. So also we have other areas like the BRT, Kaveri, then we have the Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. In the other part we have the Brahmagiris and the Arlam Wildlife Sanctuary, etc. also very close with the human habitations. And recently in many of these areas a lot of agitations are happening immediately after the declaration of the ecological sensitive areas surrounding the protected areas. So as the elections are going on, the issues are more and more highlighted, and a lot of tension related to this are happening in this region. So also now I am moving to the general area, is the Western Ghats, and very specifically I will be talking about the vertebrates.
सुनाई देगा, ये चलेगा तो सुनाई देगा.
Tamil Nadu and Kerala part, especially in the Nilgiri anomalies and Sadashivrao hills, and only few populations are very strong, the anomaly population and the Iraviculam population. All others are very scattered, very small populations. So fire, disease or any other catastrophic event can wipe out these subpopulations at any time. So another interesting species is the Nilgiri martin, which is a relative of the yellow-throated martin of the Himalayas. Now recently from many sites it is recorded. Only citation reports are there is no studies on detailed biology. But anyway, the status is not that problematic for the time being. elephant, I'm not going to detail because everybody know its status, and recently also there were a lot of issues related to the conservation of elephant. So the entire Western Ghats speak for the conservation of Asian elephant. Apart from this, we have multiple tiger reserves. The Wayanad, Parambikulam, many in Tamil Nadu.
तो अभी करवा दे 1.5 GB में हमारे जुड़ गया तो उड़ गया
Peria tiger reserve in Tamil Nadu. Many other so tiger
उसको डिस्कनेक्ट करो अभी
the Govt, Nilgiri, Langur, and also we have high diversity of rodents in Western Ghats. More than 25 species are there. Many flying squirrels are there. One in picture is the grizzled giant squirrel, endemic to 2-3 centuries in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. So many of them are, the populations are very less. And some other minor rodents are also endemic to the Ghats. Also some of them are involved in the conflicts also. And also the bat diversity is very high in the Western Ghats. Recently a lot of interest is happening on the diversity studies on the species immediately after the outbreak of the Nipah and recently the COVID. So we have the Salim Ali's fruit bat, one of the very rare species, and more than 50 species in southern part of Western Ghats. So these are all some of the very important and key species considered as keystone species for the conservation. Apart from this, many lesser known species like Rinchinis rat from Alabini, Kerala, nothing is known about the species, though it is placed as in the endangered category. So many such species are there. So moving to the birds, I am not going to very deep into birds because it is popular group and many of the people are aware of the group. And we have many species named after the Nilgiri Biosphere. The Nilgiri, Sholatli, etc. and also the very rare black and orange flycatcher, etc. The other laughing thrushes. Many splits are recently happened after the split by the Rasmussen and Anderton's new taxonomy in 2005. So many of these species are endemic to the are suffering from fragmentation and other issues. But unfortunately, still though birds are one of the highly studied group, the detailed studies on the life history, habitat requirements, foraging requirements are very minimal. Many species are restricted to one or two small streams, maybe the tertiary or secondary order, very small streams, and they are largely threatened by fishing and also the invasive species. Many of the dams, I already mentioned 50 plus big dams are there. Many of these dams, the fisheries department deposited many species earlier as part of the fishery improvement programs. They become invasive and key threat to the native fish fauna. And also in Kerala, after the floods happened in 2018 and 19, a lot of overspill happened from the hatcheries or cultivation areas, and this African mushy or many other species are spread into the cold wetlands or other riverine aquatic habitats, and are major threat. Interesting part is now many new species are coming, and a big group of people are working on the fish in the Western Ghats. So hope we will improve the knowledge on these groups in the upcoming years. Another interesting group is amphibians. Till 2000, there were very limited knowledge on the status and distribution of the species. after the discovery of the first species, that is the Nasibrabatratus species by Professor S.T. Biju. That time he was a tropical botanic garden planter now in Delhi University, published in Nature, followed by a series of species. A lot of researchers focused on amphibians and many new species appeared. And as these groups cannot move, they are vulnerable to climate change, all other conservation issues. Many of them are restricted to one locality, especially in the high range mountains, in Munnar, Kodaikanal, or other sholas and other grasslands. So they are one of the highly threatened groups. I'm not going to the details, though large number of researchers are working on these groups now. We have many 100 plus new species discovered in the past 10 years, so more are in pipeline and many researchers are working. And recently 5 new species discovered from a collaborative research by Delhi University and KPRA also 2 months back. So the knowledge on amphibians are increasing day by day. Coming to the last group, in the vertebrates, the reptiles, we have large number of reptile species described from the Western Ghats, over 250 species. Number of them are marine, including the marine turtles, and also we have many forest turtles like the Cochin forest cane turtle, which is one of the threatened species. Another one is the star tortoise, always found in newspaper due to the trade. One of the very commonly species, capture of 400-500 individuals always reported from the airports. So that is also restricted to 1 or 2 wildlife sanctuaries, dry areas in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So one of the key species. We have a series of large number of snake species in the Western Ghats. Only few are poisonous, like the big 4 plus the recently included species like the Humbenos, Pit Viper, etc. But public perception on snakes are very poor. Though we have a series of sacred groups, other conservation measures specifically related to the snakes. But the fear or resentment due to the large number of snake bites in the Western Ghats, majority of the death also happen in the human-wildlife interaction is because of the snake bites. So the diversity is very high, and also the conservation issues are also highly problematic. So other groups like the Limaspis, Europeltes, the other Calotes groups, large number of taxonomic revisions are happening, and new species are coming every day. So the diversity is also increasing. Now we have over 250 plus species reported from the Western Ghats. So this is a overall highlight of the vertebrate faunal diversity from the Western Ghats. So due to the time limit, I may not able to go species specific studies or their importance, and also I need to mention some of the major conservation threats in the Western Ghats. As elsewhere in the world, majority of the conservation problems in the Western Ghats are also common, like in the past, especially during the colonial period, large scale conversion of the forest happened for making plantations, especially in the higher altitudes, along with the selective logging and conversion of landscapes for agriculture. All this happened in the early period also. Cultivation of tea, coffee and other large number of plantations during the colonial period. Large area in the western Ghats are lost, so that still is an issue. And we already mentioned large number of dams constructed, and still many proposals and the pressure from the energy sector is there to build new dams in many areas. That is a major threat to many species, and all this seriously fragment the existing habitat and thereby losing the connectivity, increasing the human-wildlife conflict, etc. are one of the major threat to the vertebrate fauna, which especially the birds and mammals, which are highly mobile groups. Another key issue is the spread of the invasive species, as other presenters mentioned. As I pointed, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, the tri-junction of Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, we have the Wayanad, Bandipur and Muthimala Wildlife Sanctuaries. One invasive species, the Senna spectabilis, is spreading throughout the area, and almost 40% of the area is invaded, and you cannot see any other plant in that area, no regeneration, and that is leading the decline of the food forage of the wild animals, herbivores, including elephants. So serious issue, and immediate intervention with the collaborative effort from the three forest departments and the three states are required to recover such areas. And hunting, though officially it may be reduced, but still in the fringe areas it is happening silently. So hunting is also an issue in many parts of the Western Ghats. So that may be increased during the lockdown, followed by the COVID. Another issue related to the development is the linear intrusion structures, the new roads, railways, power lines. All upcoming projects are disturbing the actual habitat of animals, and also fragmenting their habitats throughout the Western Ghats. So it is going to be one of the key problem. So we need a conservation approach with the coexistence of both wildlife and human. So that is one of the key area. All the conservationists, politicians, or general people need to focus and consider in future. So I am going to two very specific issues in this area. One is human-wildlife conflict. As you know, every day newspaper, the crop damage, the lifting of the cattle, human slaughter, all these are appearing in the newspaper and media, and almost every day there is a perception that it is also increasing. And a large number of mitigation measures like the traditional methods and government sponsored programs, mitigation measures, prevention measures like the rail fences, etc. are also established to stop the problem or reduce the problem, but it is a never ending issue. So as you know, this is not a new issue. Ever since human interaction started with animals, and with the expansion of the agriculture, the human wildlife conflict is increased, and I'll just outline and specifically working on this issue in Kerala. In the past 10 years, we have more than 6,000 plus human casualties in Kerala, a large number of injuries, many livestock killed, and some of the areas like the Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary and two related forest divisions, then areas like Manarkad, Palakkad, Thrissur forest divisions, high number of casualties, cattle lifting are happening, and all these areas are also very important key habitats for many of the wildlife. So right now the mitigation measures are largely not long term, all last minute small issues are solutions are found by the people of the department. So KFRA is working on these issues for a long time, and what we are trying to incorporate the local people, the forest department, all the other line departments, including the local bodies, health, agriculture, all put together and have a solution locally. So this is one of the key issue, a socio-political and ecological issue for the conservation of wildlife. So almost all the species, like the Asian elephant is the key species involved in the human wildlife conflict, and we have the tiger, leopard involved in the lifting the injuries to the cattle in areas like Wayanad, and in some areas in southern part of Kerala, and this issue is very common in this Maharashtra, Karnataka also. So not only in Kerala.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Other species.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Please.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Are you hearing
Yes,
my
sir,
voice?
I can hear.
Are you hearing my
Dr.
voice?
Balakrishnan.
Yes.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Yes, I am hearing.
Are you hearing my voice? You are requested to please conclude.
Yes, sir.
You are requested to please
You are
conclude.
requested to please
You are
conclude the
requested to
talk
please conclude
Yeah.
the talk.
within 5 minutes. Sir.
These are
Please
all
go
some
ahead.
of the
Please go
statistics I
ahead.
am skipping that.
Within a 5.
Yeah. So another major issue is the emerging zoonotic diseases, like the recently happened Kaisanur forest disease in the Wayanad landscape. We reported the Nipah in Kerala 2018 and 19, and large number of other zoonotic diseases. So what is happening? The interface between the human, livestock, wildlife, and ecosystem. But unfortunately, our focus is on the human and livestock part only. So in future, we need to focus more on the conservation or the health of wildlife and ecosystem. So these are some of the drivers. We need to find a solution for reducing the interface between wildlife and human and ecosystem and livestock also. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan,
Yeah.
for delivering a very good lecture. You see,
Yes.
Western Ghats, this is one of the hot spots of our country, and so this is very important. A large number of these species are endemic to this area. This lecture has been a very good to all of us and providing a large number, a lot of information to us.
तो आप
And
ये भी तो कर
so
सकते हैं ना,
I
यहाँ से
I
फाड़ियो आप
give very big hand to you, Dr.
लेकिन यहाँ से नहीं बोल
Balakrishnan.
दीजिए कि आप
Thank you, sir.
Paper is
बोल दीजिए
open
यहाँ
for
से नहीं है,
discussion.
ये
Anybody
आपकी तरफ से।
wishes to ask any question, so he may do so. So is welcome to ask any question.
Yeah, Dr. Balakrishnan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation.
Thank you.
Listed one or two human wildlife conflict, particularly in Wayanad or Palakkad, Malappuram districts. That would have been very much eye opener for others also. Due to
सर
shortage
एक
of
चल रहा है उनका
Yes,
वाला
sir.
थोड़ा थोड़ा रुक रुक के चल रहा है जियो
it's a good presentation.
Sir.
Thank
ये
you.
वाला हेलो
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Hello.
for your words.
Okay. Now I
Dr.
shall
Balakrishnan.
hand over the charge
Dr.
to
Balakrishnan.
Professor Skand
Yes, sir.
Mishra and Professor Hasan Dwivedi.
बिहारी सर हेलो
My voice is coming to you.
Professor Skand Mishra.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Do you listen me? Professor Skand Mishra.
Dr. Balakrishnan.
Meanwhile,
Dr.
one of
K.K.
my
Khanna?
doubt to Balakrishna
Yes, sir.
that K turtle is recorded in NBR.
Which one, sir? Cane turtle.
Turtle.
Dr.
Yes. It is
Is
there
it
in,
available in 3BR?
yes. It is there in Nilambur and all it is recorded. New Amerambalam, that area.
Because normally
Hello?
it is confined to Parambikulam and other areas.
Yeah, there are records, sir. We have photographed also.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Skand Mishra. Professor Skand Mishra.
Hello,
Professor
Dr.
Hasan
Balakrishnan.
Dwivedi.
बोलिए सर
My voice is coming to you.
What has happened?
My voice is coming to you.
Professor Skand Mishra.
Yes, sir. Hello.
बाहर गया पता नहीं डोर पे
Professor Skand Mishra.
बोलिए सर
Yes, Dr.
What has
Khanna.
happened?
हाँ sir.
Hello, sir.
Sir.
Now you take the charge from me. Professor Skand Mishra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Now you continue with the new session.
हाँ सेशन
हाँ Dr. Khanna sir.
Yes.
Please comments over the talk.
Now you start the new session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
रुकिए इसे अब बोलिए
Dr. Khanna sir.
बोलिए
Dr. Khanna sir.
Yes.
मोबाइल
Perhaps the speaker have completed stock. Please comments the talk of the speaker, Dr. Khanna.
सर का भी नेट सही नहीं चल रहा होगा
Your voice is not clear.
Now we are going to start the next session. Dr. Khanna sir.
कर दी हुई है सर रिचार्ज
Now we are on the next session. Very thanks to the eminent speaker of the session, Dr. Balakrishnan, chairperson of the session, Dr. K.K. Khanna, and we are going to start the next session. The speaker of the session is Dr. Basant Kumar Singh, आचार्य बोस बॉटनिकल गार्डन हावड़ा कलकत्ता. The session is chaired by Dr. S.K. Tide, Professor and Head, Department of Botany, PSGB PM College, Sada, Nandiwar, Maharashtra. And co-chairperson of the session is Dr. S.P. Panda, scientist, Achar Bose, Indian Botany Garden, Kolkata. Dr. Basant Kumar Singh. Dr. Basant Kumar Singh. My voice is coming to you. Okay, sir. My voice is coming to you.
Yes, sir.
Then please prepare your slides, etc. And Dr. Tide is the chairperson. Dr. S.P. Panda is the co-chairperson. I may request to the chairperson as well as co-chairperson. Please decide over the talk of Dr. Basant Kumar Singh. Before, after submitting the biodata of the speaker, Dr. Panda.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Dr. Panda. Please preside over the session after submitting the brief biodata of Dr. Basant Kumar Singh. Now I over to Dr. S.P. Panda.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I congratulate to the organizers for organizing such a wonderful 4-day long program, which is very informative and useful. He is not less than a renowned taxonomist, and Dr. Basant Singh did his MSc from Bardhaman University and also get his PhD degree from the same university on floristic account of Nokrek Biosphere Reserve. Since last 14 years, Dr. Singh is working in AJC Botanical Survey of India in different capacities. Presently, he is working in the AJC post Indian Botanic Garden. Dr. Singh has been deputed on digitization program to Natural History Museum London for digitization of herbarium specimens house, Indian herbarium specimens house there in London. And Dr. Singh has published more than 20 research papers in national and international reports. Now, presently, Dr. Singh is working on ex-situ conservation of one of the rare and interesting plant group, that is mangroves. So, I welcome and invite Dr. Singh to deliver his talk on Nokrek Biosphere Reserve.
Thank you, sir, for this nice introduction, and good afternoon to the galaxy of these eminent scientists, speakers, and scholars. For me, it is a great opportunity to present about Nokrek Biosphere Reserve. And first, I want to thank the organizing committee for the national webinar on Biosphere Reserves, especially to Dr. Skand K. Gupta, who gave me this opportunity. So first, let me project my presentation.
Yes. Visible, sir. Slide is visible. Slide is visible, sir.
Okay. So the topic, as I selected, is Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, Introduction on Plant Diversity with Notes on Conservation and Management Practices. So first, at a glance, we should know about this Biosphere Reserve. This is one of the 18 Biosphere Reserve in India. If we see the location of this Biosphere Reserve, this is the only Biosphere Reserve present in Meghalaya, the state of Meghalaya, which consists of the 3 Garo Hills districts, mainly the West Garo Hills, South Garo Hills, and part presented by the yellow color. Altogether 143 villages are there in the transition zone, and the buffer zone has 23 villages. But the core zone is totally undisturbed, has no village, no person who worked on this Nokrek Biosphere Reserve. I can say that this is one of the important biosphere reserves in India, which falls under one of the hotspot of biodiversity in India, and this is out of a few biosphere reserves in India that has totally undisturbed core zone, and the core zone has the remnant of the original evergreen vegetation type, and this is the only biosphere reserve which has the endemic Citrus indica, which is the progenitor of all citrus species, and it is naturally growing in the biosphere reserve area. And then this biosphere reserve also is a river catchment area for different important perennial river systems like Simsang, Danol, Dareng and Bugi rivers. Those flow in the Garo Hill districts of Meghalaya, and this biosphere reserve is also a home for the apes in India that's called the Hulak gibbon. So these are the uniqueness. If we go further, so this is the map representing the drainage map, the different the river system, the perennial river system. So you will find that the most of the rivers are flowing from the north to the southward direction. So this way the entire biosphere reserve is totally fed by the different perennial streams and rivers. Now if we proceed further for the uniqueness, this represents an abode of a variety of wild flora and fauna, a variety of ecosystem types. The Nepenthes asiana, one of the IUCN red listed plants, is also very much found in this Nokrek Biosphere Reserve area, and this Biosphere Reserve have a rich population of different human tribes and cultures. This Biosphere Reserve was nominated, as I told, in 2009, it was nominated in the Man and Biosphere Reserve program. The entire project, the coordinating project, was done by the Botanical Survey of India, because BSI is the lead center for Nokrek Biosphere Reserve and Sundarban Biosphere Reserve. The Sundarban was also nominated after the project carried out by the BSI, and the Nokrek was also nomination was successfully took place after the project completion of Botanical Survey of India. Now, if we talk about some physical components of the biosphere reserve, because that is very important to understand the importance in terms of the diversity. The biosphere reserve is totally the hilly terrain, and the rock is mainly consists of granulites, magnetites, amphibolites and banded iron formation. Soil is mainly loamy, but some places varies from clay to sandy loam, and the soil is very rich in organic matter because leaf litter is quite enough especially in the national park area, and sedimentary rock comprising of pebble bed, sandstone and carbonaceous shells are also present there. If we see the topography, very interesting thing is there, because it comes under the Burma monsoon forest that represents the phytogeographical unit 9B of Meghalaya hills of northeast India. So it has a hilly terrain throughout the biosphere reserve area, but a little bit plain area towards the southern boundary. And the highest peak is represented by the Nokrek peak, which is around 1412 meters. So here the entire biosphere you will find a different type of vegetation, different type of the forest type. If we see the climate, then this Nokrek Biosphere Reserve falls under the tropical and subtropical climate, and this area experiences the high rainfall as it is under the Meghalaya state, and there is high temperature, high humidity. The temperature varies from 12 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius during the summer, and mean annual rainfall is about 5,600 millimeters, and there is an average of 95% annual rainfall received during the period of April to October, and the average relative humidity is around 30% minimum and 87% maximum. Now if we go with the different type of forest, so the first is the tropical moist evergreen forest, and it is represented by the dominant species like Schema wallichi, Aporuza wallichi, Castonopsis hystrix and Captocaryx adansoni. So these are the representative members. The second forest type is the tropical semi-evergreen forest, and the dominant species are mainly Lichia nepalensis, Acrocarpus, Bractylifolius, and then Rus javanica. So these are some of the representative species which represent the tropical evergreen forest, mainly found in the national park area and the adjacent buffer zone. Then there is tropical moist deciduous forest is also present, where it is represented by this Albigia libec, Dillenia pentagyna, Melina arborea, Halorina antidecentrica, Stercunia villosa, and Macaranga indica. So these are the found in the tropical moist deciduous forest, which is mostly distributed in the buffer zone and the transition zones. Then there are subtropical broad leaf hill forest, which is represented by Betula, and then the Kaya, then the Prainia, and Mitrophora tomentosa. So these are the representative elements of the subtropical broadleaf hill forest. And if we talk about the bamboo forest, this is also very important because in some areas where zoom cultivation is going on and in some disturbed forest areas, lot of bamboo patches are going. So these are the kind of secondary or tertiary forest you can say, which is represented by a lot of bamboo species. Just few I have mentioned here, like Dinoclua is there, then Melocana bamboosoidis is there, Dendrocalamus hamiltoni is there, then Dendrocalamus dichensea is also there. So these are the different type of forest. Now, if we discuss the different forest types according to the canopy level, we find that always there are 3 canopy levels. So if it is the tropical forest, which is found up to the 900 meter, is characterized by the top canopy. We talk about the subtropical forest, which comes above the 900 meter up to 1417 or 15 meter up to the Nokrek peak area. The top canopy layer is represented by this Castranopsis. Then the different species of Cinnamomum is also there. Ficus bengalensis also found sometimes. Then Litsea is there, Magnolia, Michaelia, and Soria robusta, Tectona grandis is also present there. In the middle canopy, we find the Caria arborea, Dillenia pentagyna, Garcinia, different species of Litsea, Macaranga. And in the lower canopy, we find the different citrus species, proton species, Urea acuminata, Lea. So these species are present in the subtropical forest zones. Now the secondary forest, that is also very important because in the disturbed areas where the forest is disturbed either due to zoom cultivation or due to other anthropological pressure. So we find that especially on the western, eastern and southern part of the buffer zone, we find that a lot of secondary forest has come up, and these are mainly represented by different type of exotic species. Because here the primary vegetation is not present, mostly it is replaced by the secondary or tertiary vegetation, which is represented by the exotic species, the alien species. So already the process survey has been done by Botanical Survey of India. So this is the data. I am not going in much details because already on 15th March, in the first day, Dr. Vikrama Singh, who has done on the work on the arboreal flora of Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, he has elaborately explained about the different plant communities, the different components of this Biosphere Reserve. Altogether, there are more than 1,000 species present. And if we see the dominant families, it is the Poaceae, which is represented by 80 species, followed by Fabaceae, represented by 71 species, and Orchidaceae, Euphorbiaceae, Asteraceae, Rubiaceae, Moraceae, Cyperaceae, Lauraceae, and Barbinaceae. These are all other dominant species in the list. Now, Nokrek is known for its citrus diversity. As I told that the endemic Citrus indica, which is considered as the progenitor of all other citrus species, is naturally growing, is found wild, it is endemic to that particular area. But not only the Citrus indica, but other species of citrus are also nicely growing in the Biosphere Reserve area. Either they are under cultivation or they are naturally found, like Citrus latifus, Citrus reticulata, Citrus orangifolia, then Citrus grandis, Jambhiri, limon. These are all under cultivation, cultivated species. So that is, you can say, this citrus is a lifeline for the villagers who use this cultivation. They sell the product and it supports them. And these are other edible plants which is usually widely growing in the National Park area or in the Biosphere Reserve area, and very much harvested by the villagers, by the tribal people, and used by them and sold in the local market. This Biosphere Reserve is also known for a very unique ape species in India, that is called the Hulak gibbon, which is confined to the northeast belt. And Nokrek also, there are a lot of population is present in the national park area especially, and sometimes they also come to the buffer zone. So this is the Hulak gibbon. Then Nokrek Biosphere Reserve is also very rich in the cultural diversity and the tribal diversity. The tribal people like Garos, Koches, Hajongs, Robhas and Banias, they are settled in this Biosphere Reserve area. And if we go in the history, they have come from especially from this Burma and southwest China region, from Thailand, some 5000 BC, and they settled in the Garo Hill district. And now they are nicely staying with the nature, harmoniously, peacefully they are staying with the nature. So there are altogether 166 villages present in the Biosphere Reserve area, which is represented 23 villages in the buffer zone and 143 villages in the transition zone. And port zone doesn't have any village. if we go with the human population, the total population is 22,000, more than 22,000, and in buffer zone it is 3,885, and transition zone it is around 18,199 human settlement is there. So this is the scenario of the research activities that has been taken place in the Biosphere Reserve area, because when we talk about a Biosphere Reserve, the research aspect is also very important. But from this graph, you can easily assess that the research activities in certain fields is very less. Most of the research has taken place in the plant science and anthropology, but other areas, sensitive areas like ecology, the management studies, and then the geology, meteorology is still lagging behind. Even in the animal science also very little research has been done. So there is a gap area, and that gap has to be fulfilled. Only then we can plan for a proper management policy, then we can conserve the different components of this Biosphere Reserve. So as per in the chronological order, if we see the different research activities, we find that all research activities are taking recently only after the nomination of this Biosphere Reserve in the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Reserve Network, but that is also a positive sign. Now I come to the problems. So if we just briefly describe the problems, the primary problems is mainly the increasing population. Like everywhere, the human population in the Biosphere Reserve area is increasing. And then the second important part is the illiteracy. That is you can say the basic, the problem or the root problem that lead to the different situations, different issues happening in the Biosphere Reserve area. And then the unawareness about the environmental issues, because most of the villagers, they are not aware about the environmental issues which is going in the Biosphere Reserve area. Unemployment is also a very important issue, important problem, because if they are unemployed, they are very much dependent upon the forest resources and they are harvesting it unscientifically. Then limitation of resources is also there, because as it comes under this Northeast India, so there is a limitation of resources, especially like water, the transportation, a lot of things are not available there properly. Then shifting cultivation is you can say the biggest problem of the depletion of the forest areas. Actually, they are practicing this shifting cultivation, or they call it zoom cultivation from their forefather generation, and they think that it is very much related to their culture. So for no reason they want to continue this cultivation, and that is one of the basic or the primary problem. And then the lack of alternate means of livelihood, because they have a very little scope to shift from one the pattern of livelihood to another pattern. So they are very much dependent upon the shifting cultivation or the timber merchandising and all these things, and that is negatively hampering the Biosphere Reserve health. If we talk about the secondary problems, then as I told that population pressure on the forest leads to the degradation of the forest lands, decrease in the rotation cycle of shifting and zoom cultivation. As the population is increasing, the land area is fixed. So earlier, some 20 years back, the rotation was around after 10 years, means area they were cultivating and they were returning to that particular area after 10 years or 15 years like that. So during that 10 to 15 years tenure, the time period, a lot of natural degeneration of plants were taking place. But now this rotation has reduced to 3 years or 4 years. So within those 3 years or 4 years, this natural regeneration of endemic species or native species is naturally not possible. So in most of the cases, what we are finding that only the exotic plants, this weed species, alien species, they are coming and they are just covering the entire the cultivation lands, and chances of growing of other native species is very less, and that is also a very big problem, alarming situation. Then illegal felling of trees and poaching of wild animals, it is also very much there. And then exploitation of forest resources in unscientific way. As I told that the forest resources are very much limited, but the need has increased, the population has increased, demand has increased. So in unscientific way, the people are exploiting the forest resources. So this is the picture of zoom cultivation. You can see that especially during the dry season, the summer season, it starts from March onward. They start burning the forest patches, and after cutting down the remnants of the tree trunk and all these things, they start cultivation. So you can see that how devastating it is and how the forest patches are getting damaged by such kind of zoom cultivation. But the people are very much dependent upon this zoom cultivation and they are doing it. So if we go further with this Zoom cultivation, we find that the Zoom cultivation maybe is one of the biggest problem, but it leads to so many other different type of problems, like the depletion of biodiversity in the Nokrek Park area. Because in the Zoom cultivation, you will find that except the Nokrek National Park area, all the entire buffer zone and transition zone, it is just sporadically going on throughout the biosphere reserve. Now this has increased the pressure on the national park, because just on the periphery, just at the, you can say at the door of the national park area, this Zoom cultivation is going on. So the entire pressure is coming on the national park area, and at the same time it is interfering with the different ecosystems operating in the core zone area, like when they are cutting down the forest, when they are burning the forest, the birds and the wild animals, they are just moving towards the national park area. So always there is a struggle for space, there is a struggle for food or shelter, you can say. So such kind of the pressure in the ecosystem is very much obvious, especially during the dry season. Then man-made forest fire for Zoom has created tremendous psychological pressure on the wild animals, especially in the buffer and core zones, making them ferocious. This has adversely affected the pollination and seed dispersal process, because as you know that most of the trees flowers during this spring season, during the month of March, April, most of the trees usually flowers. But this is the season when people practice this Zoom cultivation, they burn the forest. So definitely at that time, the birds and the butterflies, they are just trying to save their life instead of helping in pollination or helping in seed dispersal. And for plants, it is simply interrupting their phenological cycle that may lead into loss of species. And a recent attack of elephants on the human being and their settlement are sharply pointing towards this adverse impact, because what we find that a lot of this elephant herd are moving away from the forest area, they are entering into the villages, and they are just simply damaging the agricultural lands, their property. So these are some very important problems which is connected with the Zoom cultivation. And then, as I told, this alien plant species, that is also a very big challenge in the way of proper management of a biosphere reserve, especially biosphere reserve like Nokrek. The reason is that whenever an area is cleared by the Zoom cultivation, these weed species are coming and settling in those barren lands, and they are not allowing the native species to grow. So and the problem is just increasing day by day. In the last field visit also, I noticed that now they have just reached up to the border of the national park area, and at any time these weed species will enter in the national park area, and there will be a huge devastation, you can say, and the native species will be destroyed or will be replaced by these exotic species. So these are some of the very basic problems which is happening. Now this is the poaching, as I told that the poaching is also very common, just for amusement, just for some basic need. They are killing the wild animals, those which are conserved due to the under the different wildlife acts and forest acts, but still people practicing all these things. Now, constraints in the way of management. The basic problem, you can say, in the way of management is the 5.7% of land of the biosphere reserve come under the state government, and the remaining 94.3% is still a private land. That is, the ownership is not with the government, but by the ownership is with the private people. So in private land, implementing the forest laws or other conservation laws is a very big challenge, and that the forest department is facing there in the Nokrek Biosphere Reserve area. Only this Nokrek National Park, the 47.48 square kilometer, the national park area is owned by the government, but the remaining area which comes under the buffer zone and transition zone is exclusively private land. So they do whatever they want, means for either Zoom cultivation or timber cutting or poaching, anything they are doing. So that is the basic constraint, the main constraint, you can say, in the way of management. Then there is a lack of coordination among the various government and non-government organizations in framing management policies, and in most of the biosphere reserve cases, I heard that in the last 5 days this webinar, that most of the biosphere reserve is facing the same problem, because there is a lack of coordination in the different government departments. One government is doing it in a different way. Then there is shortage of funds, staff and modern equipment, especially in the northeast India. We find that this communication gap is also there. The lack of coordination among the research organizations. So I just confess that among the research organization also there is a lack of coordination. So always there is a research gap. Even there is a repetition type of research work is always going on in the different research organization, and for that reason there is always an unavailability of scientific data and research findings. On the basis of that, the managers can formulate the management ideas, they can formulate the strategy. So all these basic things are unavailable. Then there are problems related to the coal and limestone mines, especially on the southern part of the Biosphere Reserve, in the buffer zone as well in the transition zone. We found that a lot of these coal mines and limestone mines are there, and people are extracting those things, you can say out of control way. They are just collecting the coal and limestone without thinking about the destroying biodiversity. So this is the Biosphere Reserve map, and you find that in the southwestern part limestone extraction sites are there, and on the southeastern side the coal extraction points are there. So this is the limestone extraction site. In the last visit I found that some of these fossils, the petrified fossil materials are also found from the limestone sites. These all have this marine origin, and these are the coal extraction sites. There are underground coal pits are there. From there the people are collecting the coal. So in that way they are damaging this, especially the plant vegetation a lot. Then there are some sustainable resources, or you can say the success stories. Lot of people who are getting support either from the state government or the forest department, they are trying to harvest this natural resource in the sustainable way, and at the same time it is helping them in gaining their livelihood. So the person, he is in the Chandigiri village just near to the national park area, but he is somehow managing with the different forest products. He is making juice, he is making pickles, he is making chutneys and different things, and selling to the local market. Even his product is coming up to the Guwahati. So this kind of things is always going on in some some areas of this Biosphere Reserve, and that is a positive sign if we can encourage such activities. So definitely if we provide the alternate livelihood to the villagers, to the tribal people, so there will be less pressure on the forest resources. Then as I told that the bamboo patches are very high, lot of bamboo species are going there, or either they are under cultivation. So people are also making different type of these handicraft products or different type of tools for their own use. They are selling all these things. So this can also be encouraged, because lot of bamboo patches are there, and it can be easily harvested. So it is not going to damage the floral diversity in a greater way. So in that way it can be encouraged. So these are the different bamboo tools or materials they are making and they are using. Then there is rubber cultivation. So that is also kind of, you can say, the sustainable resource utilization or the land utilization, because a fixed area they are cultivating year after year, and they are exporting the rubber. So these are all the positive things that is happening in the Biosphere Reserve area. Then there is ecotourism. Ecotourism is also a having a very good prospect, especially in the Nokrek area, because a lot of this green vegetation is there, and people from the urban settlement, they want to enjoy this kind of habitat. So ecotourism is also very important, and now Forest Department is encouraging. They are leasing these areas to the villagers, to the tribals on the rotation basis, so they can earn some money, and they can deviate from the jhum cultivation or destroying the forest resources. Then tea cultivation is also there, coffee cultivation is also there. So all these things are there. Now the conservation of citrus germplasm. So a very important concept of citrus gene sanctuary. Perhaps it is the first citrus gene sanctuary which is conceived. The idea is conceived in the Nokrek Biosphere Reserve area, and there they are conserving the citrus germplasm. Now they are nicely propagating, nicely multiplying the citrus indica population, and they are the Forest Department, they are returning these saplings to the forest area for reintroduction, and they are giving it to the villagers also for plantation in the buffer and transition zone, so they can harvest the fruit and they can use those fruit instead of collecting fruit directly from the wild, because in that way they were hampering the ecosystem. So now Forest Department is helping the villagers to grow their own the citrus orchards. Then for the conservation of Nepenthes, as I told, this is one of the IUCN red listed plant. They have made a reserve area in situ preservation of feature plant. in this area there is a good concentration of naturally growing feature plants. At the same time, whenever they are getting this Philippensis plant in growing certain pockets where it may be damaged by the anthropogenic pressure or by some industrial activities, so they are bringing those saplings of feature plant and they are introducing in this in situ preservation site. So in that way, forest department is also actively involved in conservation activities. As I told about the Hula Gibbon, there are also a Hula Gibbon reserve is there, and their Hula Gibbon conservation is going on. So these things are always there in the Biosphere reserve. Now some suggestions. With some suggestions, I want to end my speech. The first is that acquiring the private land within the Biosphere reserve by the state government, that is the first important thing that is very much needed. Then the awareness camp for the villagers living inside the Biosphere reserve area, so the people can understand the importance of the biodiversity. Then the government sponsored alternative way of earning is very much required. Upliftment of the lifestyle of the people, forest protection committee and forest guards to control the poaching, and controlling of limestone and coal extraction, that is also very much required. Then handicraft industry and this industry based on the renewable forest resources that can be promoted. Then infrastructure support to the people so they can change their livelihood. Eco-tourism can be promoted. Education, health and public awareness sector should be addressed on the priority basis. The forest laws should be implemented. A lot of forest laws are there, but the implementation is the biggest challenge. But that has to be implemented with good faith. And a research unit, working research unit is very much required in every biosphere reserve area. It is still lacking because the research activities is theoretically done by the research organization.
Hello,
and the collection of data, I thought.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude the talk. Please conclude the talk. You are requested to please conclude.
Yes, sir. Just to the end of the presentation, sir.
Okay, sir. Please.
So collection of the data as per the stable strategy and strategy is very much required. Then the metric action plan, because lot of recommendations are there through the network of biosphere reserve programs, but we are unable to implement them in our own biosphere reserves. Then qualitative and quantitative assessment of the phytodiversity and evaluation of rare plants as per the IUCN framework is also very much required. It is still lacking in the Nordic Biosphere Reserve area. And then the critical survey of invasive plant species and their impact on the ecosystem, that is also an area where the research is required. So with all these things, I want to end my lecture. So this was the board which is just installed in front of the national park area. There are laws that protect every aspect of nature in national park, but there will be no need for law enforcement if there is an acceptance by the people that Nokrek National Park deserves our special respect. There is an environment that has been built not by man but by the nature alone. With that, I just thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Basant Singh. Now over to Dr. Pandya for comments.
This is the next generation who is just carrying the biodiversity and taking it to the
Thank
future.
you, Dr. Basant Singh. Now over to Dr. Pandya Basant Singh for a nice presentation. And now over to Dr. S.K. Taide.
Thank you, many thanks, Dr. Singh, for such a nice and effective presentation. The presentation cover almost all the aspects. Dr. Basant Singh suggested what is the reasons, why the biodiversity of protected areas in general and Nokrek area in and what are the measures we could be taken to restore the biodiversity of this unique biosphere reserve, which is not only unique in terms of rich biodiversity, but it harbors the wild relative of citrus that should be conserved. So that will be implemented genetically, or new crop may be developed. Now I request any of the participant or expert may put their questions to Dr. Singh.
Perhaps there is no queries at all. Now I over to Dr. S.K. Taide. Dr. S.K. Taide, chairperson of the session. Dr. S.K. Taide, chairperson of the session. Dr. Taide.
Dr. Parmani, question.
Hello.
Just a minute.
No, Prasan Singh has given a very nice lecture about this Nokret Biosphere Reserve, but my only one suggestion is there. So he has narrated a number of difficulties, problems, and there in Nokret. But I think most of the problems are almost similar to other. Like Arunachal Pradesh or whatever is there, that problems are almost same. So government is taking care of all these problems in general. But I suggest him to for specifically for if we can categorize some of the unique problems in Nokre Biosphere Reserve, so that government can give some concentration especially to that unique problems. Because in general problems, whatever he has suggested, it is almost general in all the surrounding belts. Means what I suggested, that like in Arunachal Pradesh also, similarly this Jhum cultivation is also a problem. That tribal illiteracy is also a problem. These are the general problem, but unique for Nokre. If we can suggest some categorize some problems, then government can give concentration on to this unique problem, so that it can be very quickly sorted out, and the situation will be better. With this, I thank you that his lecture is very good. It's very extensive.
I have to one more thing to Dr. Parmanik's view. Actually, there is lot of work to be done on alternative livelihood support. Unless until no conservation program is successful, if you are not providing the alternative livelihood support to the original custodians of this remote habitat, they are the custodians or they are the caretakers. If we are not caring for their life support, then no conservation will be successful. So the government and the policymakers should act rightly and proposing a strategy, proposing plans in confined rooms is not at all a solution for conservation. So it will directly involve in grassroots level, in ground reality they will have. Then thank you very much, Dr. Vasan, for this presentation. And also I am grateful to the organizers for organizing such a nice exhaustive series of lectures on protected biosphere reserves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parmanik.
Thank you, sir.
Now I over to Dr. Taide.
Dr. S.K. Taide.
Dr. S.K. Taide.
नहीं दिख रहे हैं.
Perhaps Dr. S.K. Taide is not in the link. I again thanks to Dr. Vasan Singh, Dr. S.K. Panda for the lucid presentation and organization of the session. Now I move to the next. Thank you very much. The speaker of the next session is thank you very much. The speaker of next session is Dr. Anjan Kumar Pusti. Dr. Anjan Kumar Pusti, Associate Professor. Dr. Anjan Kumar.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I am in the forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Will be chaired by Dr. The session will be chaired by Dr. V. Celia Chelam, Principal Scientist, NVPER, New Delhi. And the co-chairman of the session, Dr. Sadhna Chaurasia, is Dr. Professor Environmental Science, Mahatma Gandhi, Gramoday University, Chitpur. Now I over to Dr. Chelam. Dr. Sadhna Chaurasia, Professor Environmental Science, University, Chitpur. Madam, now are you listening my voice? Dr. Celia Chelam. Over to Dr.
Yes, yes, I am here.
My voice is coming to you. My voice is coming to you.
He focuses on environmental impact assessment, monitoring and planning, eco-sensitive areas, donation, etc. He works on wetlands, environmental contamination, ecological studies and birds with integration of ecotoxicological aspects and reverse basin studies, mining and geohydrology. And he also has teaching experience at College of Agriculture, Sambalpur, Gujarat, and School of Sustainability Science, Indira Gandhi Open University in New Delhi, and presently he is at Calicut University. And he has trained postgraduate trainees, MSc dissertations, 26 students, and MSc BTech group project works and PhD dissertations. And he is involved in various research projects, about 25, and he is currently working on research project ecological complexity as a driver of resource use by birds of prey, and he is the principal investigator, and he has many accolades of his professional career recognitions: member emerging pollutants in water and wastewater UNESCO, member IUCN Species Survival Commission, member IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Management, and National Accreditation Board for Education and Training. And he is also EAA coordinator and functional area expert, and he is a member of many professional societies, and also he is editor of many journals of national and international importance, and he has a range of publications, research articles, popular articles. He has edited books and proceedings and published many book chapters, and H index of 10 and I10 index of 11. And now I invite Dr. Ranjan to speak on pluralistic approach for natural resource conservation and management in Similpal, Bihar. Dr. Ranjan, please.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Am I audible? Can someone confirm?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Audible. Yeah, thank you so much. And at the outset, I'm glad that Dr. Skanda Misra could discover me after a gap of almost 10 to 12 years, and then we are again connected through this virtual platform. So, moving on to my presentation, I'll just share the screen, and madam, please confirm if it is visible.
Yeah.
So that I can
Yes.
start.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Visible.
Is it visible?
Visible.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So moving on to that, in fact, discussed with me just expert. So we have actually a lot of material for what would get that would be plugged to various research and experimentation program. Now that is where the whole talk is based on, like water pluralism is essential for the wholesome holistic management of natural resources for this biosphere reserve, which is not only a biosphere reserve, it is also a wildlife sanctuary, and it is also a national park. So coming into, this being the last part of the whole webinar, it gives me a little privilege to skip a lot of slides which I thought would be beneficial to some of the audience. But then
many of the previous speakers have already talked about what biosphere reserves are all about. Now my talk is especially revolve around something on how participatory conservation efforts are essential for management of natural resource in biosphere reserves, and especially when the whole objective of the Man and Biosphere program is the coexistence, peaceful coexistence, rather participatory conservation approach and peaceful coexistence, and where the sound scientific principles and policy can be brought into field for the management of biological resources in the biosphere reserves. Now, moving into the next component as aims of the biosphere, that I will definitely skip the slide because my couple of earlier speakers have already deliberated on this. Coming into the zones of the biosphere reserve, for the case of Similipal, yes, we have well distinct core area, buffer zone, and then transitional area where human activities are distinct. Some the core area, which actually provides a long-term protection to the ecosystem and the species it contains, and the buffer area, yes, it is contiguous to the core area, and then it has got a mix of activities, and the transitional area, which actually witnesses the activities of dependent human communities as well as the native dimension, that is the wildlife and so on. So this is the map of the Similipal Biosphere Reserve, which you can find at the northern corner of the state, and the district is Mayurbhanj district, and then it is actually located on two different biogeographical regions, and the picture clearly distinguishes where is the core zone and how it is surrounded by buffer zone and the transitional zones, and the whole area has a distinct identity in terms of housing several rivers. There are more than 10 rivers which have originated from this biosphere reserve in the hill system, and then they have ultimately drained into the Bay of Bengal. Now, the two biogeographical regions that the biosphere reserve lies on one is the Oriental Realm, and the other one is the Arctic province of the Peninsular Zone. So, the geological component, if we look at it, predominantly the volcanic sedimentary rock, that is the basic formation, and then the whole geographical area of the biosphere reserve is roughly around 556 square kilometer. The core area is something around 85 square kilometer, buffer area is somewhere around 213 square kilometer, and the transition zone is roughly around 260 square kilometer area. It's quite big in area, and the climate which is experienced in this area is basically a tropical monsoonal climate. So we get to have extreme dry, humid summers and things like that, and extreme winter as well. Now, the whole the Biosphere Reserve, the history, it dates back to the erstwhile royalty of the Mayurbhanj district, and it was basically way back in 1973 that was designated as a tiger reserve by Government of India. It was formally designated as tiger reserve under the Project Tiger, and then moving on to the next process in quick succession within a span of 5 to 6 years in 1979, Government of India declared Similipal as a wildlife sanctuary. Initially with an area of 27 square kilometer, I'm sorry, 27.5 square kilometers, and later the area was increased to 303 square kilometers, and in 1986 it was completely increased, the area increased to 845 square kilometers. So Government of India basically declared it as a biosphere reserve in 1994, but used to add it to the list in 2009. Now there are two wildlife sanctuaries which are sharing the space in the biosphere reserve, that is Adagad Wildlife Sanctuary and Kuldia Wildlife Sanctuary. The ecological specificity of this biosphere reserve is the largest zone of salt forest in all of India. Perhaps the largest zone that is seen in this particular Mayurbhanj area, Similipal Tiger Reserve and Biosphere Reserve, and the tropical monsoonal climate, yes, it provides an ideal circumstances and the habitat conducive for distinct biological resources. And currently, as of now, the reported plant species are 1,078 plant species, which includes 94 species of orchids, 300 species of medicinal plants, and 52 species of endangered plants. So there are two endemic orchid species which are reported from this biosphere reserve, that is Rewa megasiensis and Kainia operiana. And coming to the faunal treasure, 55 mammal species, 304 bird species, 60 reptile species, 21 amphibians, 38 fish species, 164 butterfly species, and approximately 52 faunal species are endangered as per the recent IUCN assessment. So just a glimpse of some of the faunal species, although I have included all the biological resource pictures in many of the slides, so nothing to specify. And coming to the socio-economic part, basically it is the intricate relationship that there are several villages, roughly around 1,300 villages that are located within the biosphere reserve, and the kind of interaction with those villages which are predominantly having tribal population. They are dependent on the forest resources in the biosphere reserve. Approximately 73% of all the inhabitants are aboriginals. So a couple of tribes which are like Gonda, Munda and so on, tigers, tribes, and cultural significance. It is recorded in many of our mythological scriptures and so on. So some of the tribes which reside in this biosphere region. Now one component, one example which comes while we are doing the extensive literature, what comes into picture is like UNESCO had categorized and listed it, notified it as one of the biosphere reserves under their main biosphere program. But the criteria based on which the whole area, the protected area which was described as a biosphere reserve, is the criteria really fulfilled? Is the goals and aspirations which were envisaged in initial document, is there really accomplished now? Now the subsequent slides will really talk about how much we have progressed and what needs to be done and what is the actual necessity in this particular time. Now how much criteria is fulfilled is like whatever publication we have looked at is all peer-reviewed publications and research reports and strict conservation measures, some of action plans and management plans and so on. But then those documents are grossly inadequate to pinpoint on a strategy for maintaining a healthy relationship between people and their environment. That is what I often talk about, the peaceful coexistence of human beings as well as the wild animals in that area. Now, it is something like neither the natural resource has been conserved in its totality or the people are completely satisfied. So we need to find a middle path, and then that is what is required, that is peaceful coexistence and sustainable resource utilization. So far, our symptometric analysis reveals is the major publication that we have taken from Web Science and Scopus Index database is research articles and some are books also, book chapter. Technical reports we have downloaded many from ResearchGate and other specific research groups, their institute websites, and many of grey literature, British era reports and records what I have had access during my many meetings with colleagues from Forest Department and so on. So what translates actually is mostly the research that is focused now is on charismatic species, large-bodied organisms like since it is tiger reserve, the research on tiger, research on elephant, and all that type of issues. And then medicinal plants and so on. It has also included publications such as the new records, this is discovery and unveiling of geological structures and ecological health. Now what happens here is the management plan has been focusing mostly on larger wildlife species, large-bodied animals, and ecotourism. The livelihood generation, so many of the action-based programs which have suggested that there has to be livelihood generation, livelihood opportunities to be set right for the local community. So ecotourism has been taken into focus, but the more focus is required on alternate livelihood options. So ecotourism is just cannot be the ultimate livelihood option for all the dependents inside on the inhabitants of the particular forest patch. Now, ecological and geological status assessment has already been undertaken. Social and economic aspects, the tribes, that has taken a backseat. Precisely, there are certain anthropological surveys and so on which has been undertaken, but then the holistic approach has taken a backseat. That is what needed to be undertaken now. Now what happens here is the impact of all these publications are people still are unknown about the rich treasure of the natural resources, because many of the studies which were undertaken are either a part of academic accomplishment which led to academic accomplishment, or which had a specific agenda-based research program like some research institute or research group. But what is required is really the suggestions or the recommendation, are they really being translated in the field, or are they being really conveyed to the actual decision maker or the authority who is implementing it, or is there any sort of coordination that does exist between the research group and the stakeholder who is implementing the program, where the actual stakeholder, the forest department staff. So that coordination is somewhere lacking, because when we dig up literature, we get a lot of resources and a lot of information, but then still the implementation mechanism, many of the suggestions are not implemented. So, on the whole, what has been happening is the practices that has been being carried out since ages are still being continued. How, of late, there are certain programs which have been undertaken by the forest department and by different universities in the local area to generate, to create awareness among the local inhabitants about the rich resources they have, and what needs to be done for the conservation. So, what is more important here is the traditional ecological knowledge that the tribes have, the possess, is being lost systematically, because we are not able to tap it. We are not able to tap it. So even the script that is available, different scripts by the tribes, if that can be preserved, that itself is a stepping stone for the first step of conservation. Because conservation of the scripts which document lot of traditional ecological knowledge is the first step for conservation. That is what I believe. When I joined the university and I started interacting with my colleagues from Library and Information Science Department, I do realize that the preservation of script is also primary step for conservation of the traditional ecological knowledge, and perhaps that is what we don't do. We come out with all latest state-of-the-art tools and techniques, but then where we fail is on ground conservation measures. And many species, resources, natural resources are being depleted, and species are becoming increasingly threatened due to encroachment by human habitation and so on. So what are the hurdles that is happening in conservation is that the preliminary database that is available is on this, what I have been narrating so far. But what is the difficulty is that lack of trained human resources. And even if there are conservation action programs which are developed, but implementation becomes difficult due to undulating terrain. And when we talk about undulating terrain, even we are ignoring many of the subterranean structures, immediate attention and groups. And what is happening is there is lack of connectivity for genetic activity. Having connectivity is essential for flow of genetic material, and the research outcomes largely remain in the form of publications and academic accomplishments. So many master's dissertation or pre-doctoral dissertation or doctoral dissertation have already been awarded based on the work that a candidate has carried out in the particular biosphere region. But what has happened after the publication is all those publications, are they being communicated to the forest department? Are they being communicated to other different stakeholder agencies or the ministry or the UNESCO, which are having a secretariat in India as well, so that relevant officials under the Marine and Biosphere program can take insights from those publications, and that becomes part of the larger decadal action-based management plans. So that holistic approach has been lacking for this file, and I'm sure not only for this biosphere reserve, it might be the case for other biosphere reserve as well. And what is another crucial part is the two different legal instruments that is applicable for this biosphere reserve, that is Indian Wildlife Protection Act and then Forest Right Act. That is not, they are not being synchronized. So the non-synchronizing of the provisions, different provisions, becomes a hurdle as what kind of conservation measures can be initiated for this particular biosphere region. And I'm sure that may be the case with other biosphere reserves as well. So what is the way forward? Way forward now is participatory conservation model. We need to have good science, not just science, it is good science and applied science. So we need to have basic, that is interdisciplinary, basic plus apply, and then there has to be action-based programs. Now, and the focus on social aspects and improvements has to be a major, target in the coming decade. Now, scientific aspects and usage patterns of the water resources and rivers needs a special attention. There are almost more than 10, almost 12 rivers which are originating from this biosphere reserve, and there are several rivulets and streams, but not much attention on that. Because once it becomes a tiger reserve, our attention goes on research on tigers. Our research goes on, focus goes on to elephants. Because the elephant movement from, Jharkhand till to Odisha, actually that is the, migratory way. Elephants do migrate through that area and then come to Kalahandi and Golvalkar and all that areas in Odisha. They come all the way from Jharkhand to this place. So our focus goes on large-bodied animals. But then other ecological components also do require equal attention if we need to have a wholesome management of that particular ecosystem. So the shift, there has to be a pragmatic approach, and the shift has to be from charismatic species to all the possible factors. Now the ecological health assessment has to be done on a regular basis. Perhaps, the long-term ecological monitoring program needs to be carried out. Perhaps the first of its long-term ecological monitoring program among the protected area network that was witnessed was from Golvalkar National Park in Bharatpur, which witnessed almost continuously for 11 long years one ecological monitoring program, and that similar type of monitoring program has been again being repeated or revived in different decadal intervals. So for another 5 years or another 7 years. So in this case, in this biosphere reserve, at least we need a 10-year long ecological monitoring program that can actually, clear the air on many of the integrated components that are required for the ecological understanding. So what are the short-term programs we need to undertake? Is connectivity establishment, the habitat connectivity, seed gene bank studies need to be done, especially when this biosphere reserve is in use for the fire episodes and all that. So short-term basis we need to identify the root cause and its remedial measures. But on the long-term basis, that handle in our quest for studies on large animals, we have somehow neglected other smaller animals also, and we have identified a niche for each of the individual animals. So that is how we need to have specific action plans for transition zones, core area and buffer area. So popular talk, sensitization, awareness program that has to be carried out on a continuous basis, and then we need to take aid of special tools like remote sensing tools or remote sensing applications for ecological and geological monitoring. However, there is the actual ground survey is actually second to none. The ground survey has to be done, and then these applications come handy for this type of ecological monitoring programs. Now, what is more required in a pragmatic approach is the carrying capacity assessment. So far, we do not know how much of resources are available, how much of resources are required to support that particular wildlife community that is surviving there, and the human population which is surviving inside the protected area and in the surrounding villages, and the regeneration pattern, regeneration especially in the view of fire ecology and the fire episodes. So the moment we talk about carrying capacity assessment, all our focus goes on to tourism. But tourism cannot be just the tourism-based carrying capacity assessment. It has to be ecological, resource-based carrying capacity assessment. So in the long-term aspect, research aspect, that we need to look at is the aquatic and soil health monitoring has to be on long-term basis, and different ecosystems like caves, forest fringes and rivers need to be explored, and ecological monitoring I have already talked about. And coming to the fire, based on the experience of recent fire episode and earlier fire episodes also, we need to look at the forest regeneration pattern and causes and remediation both. So the fire ecology is actually a very, very crucial component that we need to understand. And what are the, how is the seed gene bank available? The forest and the forest can regenerate. How fast the forest can generate in such cases. Now, the rejuvenation of natural resources is another component, and the indicators, measurable indicators for forest climate change programs need to be identified. That is what just before onset of this COVID pandemic last year we had a workshop in Mayurvanj at the office of the Conservatory of Forest. Is to what all strategy has to be developed in view of the recent climate change events going on across the globe, and the Similipal area is no exception to that. And socio-economic adaptability and changes of the tribe has to be carried out, because now they can no longer survive the same traditional practice what they have been practicing since ages together. How we can bring them to mainstream without jeopardizing and without losing the traditional ecological knowledge they have. And that is what that needs to be preserved. And innovating and implementing sustainable livelihood practices for forest-dependent communities is another major component that needs to be carried out, and health and economic status of the forest-dependent tribes. Now, on the whole, my conclusion would be is like the Similipal Biosphere Reserve. The Simul is nothing but your silk cotton, simul tree, the name comes from. The Similipal Biosphere Reserve, it necessitates a holistic approach to assess the health of both environment and the society. Periodic review and course correction measures for individual components. Imagine had we have been undertaken some serious fire ecology studies previously, so that we could have been able to do some course correction measures in the recent fire episode one we had. But we do not have that. We do not have much studies on regeneration pattern. That is how it requires a serious study and participatory approach for sustainable resource utilization. So conservation and management and peaceful existence, that is what is the ultimate aim. I think I conclude my talk with this slide, and thank you so much for the Dr. Skanda Mishra and team for inviting me to talk, and the chairman and co-chairman of the session for hosting my talk here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pusti. Over to Madam Chelam.
Thank you.
Comments, Dr. Chelam.
Before I make any comment, can we take the questions? Is there time?
Perhaps there is no any question. Please, madam, comments and talk.
Now I invite the co-chair, Dr. Sadhana Chaurasia, to give her comments, and later I will conclude the session.
Dr. Sadhana Chaurasia, please.
Okay, madam. अभी डॉक्टर अंजन पुस्ती ने अपना Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam chair.
Madam Chaurasia.
अभी आपने डॉक्टर पुस्ती का Similipal Biosphere Reserve पर एक बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक लेक्चर सुना, जिसमें इन्होंने रिसोर्स कंजर्वेशन और डेवलपमेंट और इसके मैनेजमेंट के बारे में बहुत अच्छी सारगर्भित जानकारियाँ दी। आशा है हम सभी इससे लाभान्वित हुए होंगे और बायोस्फीयर एवं नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज के कंजर्वेशन के लिए हम अपने स्तर से प्रयास करेंगे। इसी आशा के साथ मैं डॉक्टर पुस्ती को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ, और इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजक डॉक्टर स्कंद मिश्रा जी को मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देती हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे ये अवसर प्रदान किया। धन्यवाद। ओवर टू मैडम चैलम।
Thank you, Dr. Sadhana. I congratulate Dr. Ranjan Kumar for the excellent presentation, and he has taken us from the history to social impacts, and he has rightly discussed about are we fulfilling the criteria and impact of these studies, and the hurdles in conservation. And the best part, Dr. Ranjan, is you have taken us the way forward. Like usually the talks will end with their own work and people usually talk less about the way forward. I really appreciate the point you made, and you rightly said way forward is to have participating conservation models, and we need to focus on social aspects and improvements, and conservation plans must focus on rare and endemic species that as National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi, we have one of the largest gene banks in the world, second in the world, and we have about 4 million accessions, and we give more emphasis on conservation of wild species and relatives, as you rightly said, and awareness of the local communities is really important. And in your talk, you talked about the tribals. They're not getting the right economics because of these, and then you also said traditional knowledge. Yes, traditional knowledge conservation is very, very important, as in case of plant genetic resources. And you rightly discussed about the fire aspect, although it is something new for me. Like recently, we heard about the fires in Australia and all. So we need to have a plan for that, and also we need to periodically review, and correction measures are very, very important. And also our Forest Right Act should be in synchronization with IWFA 1972. Whether it is the sanitary phytosanitary measures or the conservation, all our national acts should be in compliance with the international standards. I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Mishra also. Like I came in touch with Dr. Mishra in 2014, and he continues to keep in touch with the experts. Thank you, Dr. Mishra.
Thank you, thank you,
And I thank
thank you
my
very
co-chair,
much,
Dr.
Dr.
Sadam.
Pusti, for a nice presentation. Thanks to Dr. Chelam, Dr. Sadhna Chaurasia, and now we are moving to our last session. The eminent speaker of the session is Dr. N.R. Suman. Dr. N.R. Suman. Assistant Professor of Botany. Dr. Suman.
Thank you, sir. Let me.
Dr. Suman is in the link.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Dr. Suman.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Dr. Suman is Assistant Professor of Botany at Govt PG College, Madhav, Pradesh. The session will be chaired by Dr. Arvind Pramanik, scientist and former head. Dr. Pramanik, please preside over the session. Dr. Pramanik.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mishra. I express my gratitude to Professor Mishra, convener of this national webinar, for inviting me to act as one of the chairperson of this session of national webinar on Biosphere Reserve of India and identification, conservation and management. I welcome all the dignitaries present here to this session to enjoy an interesting talk on Panna Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh, its biodiversity and conservation aspects, to be delivered by Dr. N.R. Suman, Assistant Professor in Botany of Govt Postgraduate College, Dhamma, MP. It is a formality that I feel pleasure to present a formal introduction of research achievements of Professor Suman before you all in brief. Before starting this lecture program, Dr. Suman started his research career in Central Regional Circle of Botanical Survey of India in Allahabad, now Prague, in 2001 as a junior research fellow, and thereafter continued there as senior research fellow till 2005. During this 5 years period, he extensively botanically explored the Panna Tiger Reserve in Madhya Pradesh. As an outcome, he produces a comprehensive doctoral thesis on studies of floristic diversity and economic aspects of vegetation of Panna Tiger Reserve, and was conferred PhD degree of Dr. H.S.G. University of Sagar. Thereafter, he started his career in teaching profession and joined as assistant professor in Govt Postgraduate College, Dhamma, MP in 2005. Now he is head of the Department of Botany and teaches undergraduate and postgraduate students. However, he continued his interest in floristic research work. In 2005, he had submitted a project on assessment of floristic diversity of Panna Tiger Reserve. Recently, in 2018, he started work in UGC minor research project on vegetation ecology of Virangana Durgavari Wildlife Sanctuary. He has under his credit 12 number of research papers published in different peer-reviewed reputed journals on various subjects of floristics, vegetation, ecology, and forest communities. However, with this brief formal introduction of our eminent speaker, I request Professor Suman to deliver his talk on biodiversity and conservation in Panna Tiger Reserve, Panna Biosphere Reserve of Madhya Pradesh. So now it is over to Professor Suman.
Dr. Suman, please start our lecture, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, slide is visible, sir?
Yes, it is
your slide is visible.
But
Your
it is
slide
not
is
moving.
visible.
But it is not moving.
It is visible, but
It's visible.
Thank you, sir. Okay, scientists who are present here and discuss information about the vice president of India. And Dr. K. Khanna is also here, who is my teacher and mentor. मैं उनको चरण स्पर्श करता हूँ. So my this talk is mainly centered around the biodiversity and conservation in Panna Tiger Reserve, because it was earlier a Panna Tiger Reserve, recently it is declared as a Biosphere Reserve. So I have, as I was instructed, that I have to discuss my talk in a very brief way. So I have minimized many things, avoided many things to continue this. So as far as the Panna Tiger Reserve is concerned, it is
ये चल रहा है एकदम एक नंबर चल रहा है बोलने क्वालिटी एक नंबर चल रही है.
Your voice is not coming, Dr. Suman.
Hello.
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 Your voice is not coming.
Dr. Suman.
आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Even slide is also not moving.
And slide is also not moving. Yeah.
Dr. Suman.
बंद
आपका चल रहा है क्या नाम है?
नंदराम सुमन. एनआर सुमन.
क्या सामने तो दिख नहीं रहा. हाँ ये बंद है, ऑडियो बंद है. हाँ हाँ उनको बोल दीजिए ना, वो खोलेंगे, हम नहीं खोलेंगे, वही खोलेंगे.
Dr. Suman.
Your audio is closed.
अनम्यूट करिए.
Unmute it, please. Dr. Suman.
Hello.
Unmute.
It's
Dr. Suman, your voice is not coming. Please unmute.
Dr. Suman, unmute your phone, otherwise nobody could hear you.
अनम्यूट करें। विश्वजीत बता दो मिश्रा जी।
बहुत नहीं हो रहा तो फिर से ज्वाइन करिए, लॉग आउट।
नहीं आ
नहीं कर पा रहे हैं,
तो नहीं कर पा
क्या उनको ये नहीं बोल रही तो ये बोल दीजिए कि नहीं तो फिर से रिज्वाइन करें। हो गया, चले गए, लेफ्ट कर गए, फिर से आएंगे, लेफ्ट होकर रिज्वाइन करेंगे।
आज नेट डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है। खड़े हो जाते 10 मिनट बोल देते काम हम उसमें
थोड़ा सा भी बोलते सब कैच कर लेता है, लेकिन मैं सुन रहा था जैसे कोई बोल रहे हैं, थोड़ा वो सुनाई दे रहा है, थोड़ा सा भी बोलते सब कैच कर लेता है।
चला गया।
क्या हो गया सुमन?
Sir, it is responding on my laptop, sir. Your link is not responding on laptop. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Suman.
Hello. हाँ सर, यहाँ पर link में थी
Your voice is coming here.
activating on my laptop.
Coming here. Okay.
Yes, sir. But presentation
Start
not.
your talk.
Please start. So I start without
Please
screen, sir.
Please start. What?
My screen is not visible.
Not at all. Please start. Please start.
Okay, sir.
Because we have
So
very
in
short
this,
time.
okay, sir. In this study, we have attempted two aspects of ecological aspects of this Panna Tiger Reserve. First is the floristic aspect of Panna Tiger Reserve, and second is the ecological aspect of the vegetation of Panna Tiger Reserve. So, in phytosociological aspects, we have discussed that we have tried to calculate various diversity indices such as Shannon-Bannon index, or their importance value index, similarity index, and many other features. And on second aspect, we have tried to find out the floristic aspect of this vegetation. So we have tried to collect all the angiospermic as well as the trichophytic flora of that Panna Tiger Reserve. So these were the two aspects. Third important aspect which we have selected was the evaluation of economic aspect of the vegetation of Panna Tiger Reserve. For that new formula, total plant value of the forest of the Panna Tiger Reserve was calculated by using the special formula. So in ecological aspects, we have selected the 6 sites of the forest and divided into equal parts and laid down the different number of the quadrates, and we have studied different aspects such as distribution pattern, their similarity coefficient, their dissimilarity coefficient, their pattern of alpha diversity, beta diversity, gamma diversity. All the aspects of vegetation were studied. So particularly in that distribution pattern, all the vegetation of Panna Tiger Reserve was found to be random and contagious pattern, which is the natural pattern of the distribution of vegetation in any area. However, some of the forest such as Anogenesis pendula forest and Biosphere forest, that bamboo breaks, there is a higher number of percentage of the regular distribution of the plant species. That is due to their disturbances of various types, that is due to overgrazing or the mining activities, etc. And the Shannon-Bannon index of that vegetation was between 1.2 to 3.141. That is the highest in the Panna Tiger Reserve in the site 3, that is Biosphere forest types, and rest of the diversity indices in all the ranges were from 1.2 to the 3.45 of the Shannon-Bannon index. Species evenness was highest in the site 3, that is used to indicate the distribution pattern of the tree species in that particular area. And the next parameter was the species richness. It is almost from 1.7 to the 1.2 to the range, and that is according to the reported values in India. However, beta diversity was almost range from 0.33 to 1.441. So this beta diversity reflects the pattern of the distribution of the species along the environmental gradient, and that environmental gradient is the change in the vegetation pattern along the various environmental factors. Another important factor was the floristics of the Panna Tiger Reserve. So we have reported 602 species of the angiosperms, and they were distributed among the 88 family of the dicotyledons and 22 families of the monocotyledons. Genera-wise distribution was the 307 genera in dicotyledons and 100 genera in monocotyledons, and 448 species of the dicotyledons and 172 species of the monocotyledons. So, if we look on the habitat-wise distribution, we can categorize the plant species into different forms such as trees, shrubs, herbs, climber lianas, hydrophytes, parasites, insectivorous plants, epiphytes. So trees have trees are of 100 species. However, the herbs have 411 species, which is the 66% of the total flora of the Panda tiger reserve, dominated by the herbs. And this herb species is useful for the wildlife of the Panda tiger reserve. However, climbers are 40 in numbers, hydrophytes are 18 in numbers, parasites are 4 in numbers, insectivorous are 1 in number, epiphytes are 1 in numbers. So this is the total vegetation chronological diversity of the Panda tiger reserve. On biological aspect, biological spectrum of Panda tiger reserve, the Panda tiger reserve reflects the zero phenotype of the biological spectrum, which is reflect that the herbaceous flora is dominant over the tree species or the climber species. So this is also in accordance with the studies conducted anywhere in the any protected area of the India. So far as the constant measures of this Panda tiger reserve are concerned, so there are number of the constants for the from conservation of point of view, that is the grazing and other offences. The number of the villages are located on the periphery of the Panda tiger reserves, and they generally institute into the tiger reserve for collecting fireball, mahua, and bidi pakti, so and so. So they commit number of the menace activities within the range of the tiger reserve. Highway number 18 and 6 is passing through this Panda tiger reserve between the core area of the Panda tiger reserve, which is the major threat to the wildlife of the Panda tiger reserve. So that highway is also a major issue for this Panda tiger reserve. Next important danger to Panda tiger reserve is the mining area. Just outside the Henota range, there is a National Mineral Development Corporation site for the extraction of the diamonds, and this site is released number of industrial waste in the streams which drain into the Kerala, dumping of the unequal tailings in the form of huge mounds, noise due to the blast and heavy machinery inside the near the Panda tiger reserve, and regular biotic pressure of the employee of the NMDC, and mining both for the diamonds and the sandstone is rampant in these areas. Forest fire is also common in this Panda tiger reserve. We have also recommended certain conservation measures. That is, first is the community participation is required, because most of the village people who have been displaced from the Panda tiger reserve always complain for their livelihood, which is a major issue for these. So there is a hope of the community participation should be promoted in that area, so that the human conflict can be decreased. Weed infestation is major issue. Major area of the Panda tiger reserve is occupied by the Lantana camara, Osimum species, Parthenium hysteroporus, Imperator cylindrica. All these species are occupying most of the part of the Panda tiger reserve, and this need suitable management remedies. For this highway, overbridge or flyover is to be constructed from Khesur Tek Ghati to the Mandla Gate, so that the movement of the wildlife cannot be obstructed by the motion by the activities of the human. Forest fire can be reduced by making certain arrangements and making proper boundary of this Panna Tiger Reserve. So this is about the short discussion about the Panna Tiger Reserve, and I'm very sorry for not being.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suman, for a nice presentation. No doubt we have very short of time. We again assemble for the same purpose.
Hello.
Now I will.
Hello.
Okay.
Dr. Suman, you have nicely narrated your observations, but it would have been very nice, much more nice if you could have shown your slides, but unfortunately it could not be done. Yes, but you have done a very extensive survey. Indeed, it is very top zone of course, Panna Tiger Reserve, because there is so many obstacles are there to go inside the reserve area for collecting plants and for doing the floristic jobs. But indeed, you have done it. It's nice. I want to ask you one simple question, that Panna Reserve Forest, you have a Panna Reserve Forest in Tiger Reserve. Is there any much more difference from other Tiger reserves in that Madhya Pradesh? Like
I have also visited Best Tiger Reserve and Kanha Tiger Reserve.
Kanna is there, Satpura is there.
I have studied Panna Tiger Reserve. So the vegetation of Panna Tiger Reserve is totally different from all other Tiger Reserves of MP, I think. Because the forest is stunted, sparsely distributed, vegetation is not densely occurring in the habitats, and there is very undulating pattern of the geography of the Panna Tiger Reserve. So somewhere there is a very valley-like topography, somewhere is a hilly topography. So vegetation is quite different from area to area. It is not uniformly distributed.
Right. So have you find out something uniqueness of in Panna Tiger Reserve from other reserves that those who are in Madhya Pradesh? Is there any uniqueness for Panna Tiger Reserve?
It is unique from different aspects, because it is earlier it was Sikargarh. So the king of Panna Tiger Reserve, king of Panna city, and the other people of Panna city used to go there for the poaching. So that after being extremely and heavily exploitation, that the wildlife of Panna Tiger Reserve is still good in quantity after having. So this is one of the important aspects of that Panna Tiger Reserve.
Very nice, Dr. Suman. You have nicely explained these issues, but as because floristic exploration and all these things, though you are not a geologist or you are not a forester, but being a botanist, if you go inside the core zone of this reserve area, then you must have to face a lot of problems. But once you do it, vegetative study and vegetation studies, if you can do, then that will be a nice document for all. Because I personally know that in this core zone core zones are very difficult to visit. Hardly we can get permissions, and permission if you are getting, then also time is very short. So within this tough situation you have worked out, it is very nice. Thank you very much. Your lecture is and now it is open for if anybody is there to ask any question to Professor Suman.
Yes, there's no question, but I must congratulate Dr. Suman for delivering a very good lecture. Although the slides were not available to us, but I must give big hand to him. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for
thank you all for listening this very inappropriate type of presentation, and thank you all of sir.
Thank you, Dr. Suman, for a nice presentation, as well as To conclude our presentation within our schedule hour, special thanks are also due to the chairman of the session. Thank you all of you participating in this webinar. Now we have completed all the prescribed session of the webinar, and now we are going to start our valedictory session. You all the participants, chairperson as well as co-chairpersons are requested to please continue in the valedictory session. After a few formalities, we will start the session. Now I request to Dr. Mishra, convener of the session, that please worship Ma Saraswati, and after their worshipping, we will start this session. Special thanks and most welcome to Dr. Pandurangan sir, Dr. Arvind Pramanik sir, Dr. K.K. Khanna sir, Dr. Murugan, and other eminent Dr. Ravi Shankar Phupali, and other eminent scientists, Dr. P.N. Krishnan, and other eminent scientists participating with us. And now I request to Dr. Shukla, Principal of the Institute, and Dr. Mishra, convener of the lesson, that please worship Ma Saraswati before starting the session. Dr. Shukla and Dr. Mishra. Dr. Mishra and Professor Shukla, Principal of College, is worshipping Ma Saraswati.
Dr. Pramanik, how are you?
Fine, sir. After a long while with this seminar, we could meet you. So could you remember me?
Yeah, why not?
So sir, you are now in Dehradun, na?
Allahabad.
You are now in Allahabad, right?
Now I invite convener of the webinar, Dr. Ishkan Mishra. Please welcome the guest, Professor Ishkan Mishra.
This national webinar closing ceremony, our honorable guests, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan Sahab, farmer.
Dr. Mishra, please put on your mic.
Yeah,
Please unmute. Please unmute.
Yes, sir. In our national seminar, our honorable guest, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan, former director JNPGRI Kerala and former coordinator Biosphere Reserve Government of India, Dr. Arvind Pramanik Shah, former director AGC Indian Garden Kolkata, Dr. K.K. Khanna Sahab, head BSI Allahabad, Dr. Murugan C, BSI Coimbatore, Dr. Ravishankar Kopali ji, International Biodiversity Consultant, Kakinada, Dr. Shankar Rao Mandala, BSI Hyderabad, Dr. Nandaram Suman from Panna, Assistant Professor Damo, and all our guests. I am welcome to you. ये थोड़ा सा हिंदी में बोलूँगा कि ये जो हमारा नेशनल वेबिनार है 5 से चला है 15 to 19 और इसमें जो हमको कोऑपरेट हुआ डॉक्टर पांडुरंगन साहब जिन्होंने जो साउथ के रिजर्व हैं उनके एक्सपर्ट हमको दिए, इसके साथ ही बीएसआई कोयम्बटूर के हेड डॉक्टर एमयू शरीफ साहब, डॉक्टर संपत कुमार, डॉक्टर मुरुगन, डॉक्टर मनकांदन और डॉक्टर उन्हीं से हमको डॉक्टर जयंती का भी परिचय मिला और शंकर राव मंडाला जो हैदराबाद से हैं। इन लोगों ने हमको सहयोग और इसके लिए इमिनेंट स्पीकर के रूप में उन्होंने यहाँ पर अपने लेक्चर दिए, अपने टॉक दिए। इसके साथ ही डॉक्टर एस सामंत डायरेक्टर हिमालयन फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट शिमला और हमारे हमको स्वयं ही इमिनेंट स्पीकर के रूप में रहे और अपना चेयरपर्सन के रूप में भी उन्होंने यहाँ पर हमको समय दिया। इसके साथ ही हमारे पूरे इंडिया के साइंटिस्ट डॉक्टर एच.एस. देवनाथ साहब कोलकाता, डॉक्टर प्रमाणिक साहब कोलकाता से उसी गार्डन से हैं और सीताराम पांडा, डॉक्टर सीताराम पांडा जो बॉटनी गार्डन से हैं। इसके अलावा साउथ ईस्ट में डॉक्टर बोल ठाकुर साहब की मदद से हमको 4 स्पीकर मिले और साथ ही डॉक्टर मैती जो कंचनजंगा में बोले। इसके अलावा डॉक्टर पी.आर. गुरेल जो ईटानगर में बोले। इन सब का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि इस पूरे जो प्रोग्राम में जो 18 जो बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व थे उन पर अच्छी चर्चा हुई और सिंपलीपाल सुंदरवन में और इसके अलावा कंचनजंगा नोकरेक में हमको दो तीन जो है टॉकर स्पीकर हमें मिले। डॉक्टर पांडुरंगन साहब ने सामान्य जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी जनरल इंटरेक्शन तो कराया ही, साथ ही साउथ के जो 3 इम्पोर्टेंट बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व हैं नीलगिरी, अगस्तामलाई और मन्नार, तीनों पर उन्होंने फोकस किया यहाँ पर। और इसके अलावा फिर बीएसआई कोयम्बटूर से नीलगिरी और मन्नार पर लेक्चर हुआ और इसके अलावा जो ग्रेट निकोबार है, ग्रेट निकोबार पर डॉक्टर जयंती जिन्होंने पीएचडी थी और कोयम्बटूर के डॉक्टर एमयू शरीफ ने हमने उपलब्ध कराया। साथ ही डॉक्टर शंकर राव मंडाला का हैदराबाद से भी जो हमारा चर्चा हुई वो थ्रू बीएसआई कोयम्बटूर से हुई। तो कुल मिला करके ये हमारा जो हम लोगों का ग्रुप है इथनोबॉटनिकल सोसाइटी ग्रुप EBIN, डॉक्टर पीएन कृष्णन, शुरुआत डॉक्टर पीएन कृष्णन ने की और जब मैंने अपना ये इस तरह का सजेशन के लिए मैंने EBIN ग्रुप में डाला तो हमने अपने आप इमिनेंट स्पीकर वहाँ से सजेशन आने लगे और पहला सजेशन डॉक्टर कृष्णन डॉक्टर पीएन कृष्णन और राधा कृष्णन जो TVGRI के थे, उन्हें डॉक्टर पांडुरंगन साहब और पांडुरंगन साहब ने सहर्ष स्वीकार कर लिया, एक्सेप्ट किया उसको और उन्होंने जो है हमको ही मेल व्हाट्सएप मैसेज के द्वारा बताया कि इस तरह से है और पूरा जो है इस तरह से आप कार्यक्रम करिए, कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा भी उन्होंने हमको उसी पर हम चलते हुए लगभग सभी जो हमारे सीनियर्स हैं NBRI लखनऊ के भी हैं और मैंने देश के पूरे लोग कृष्णन ने हमको वहाँ पर जो रन से नहीं मिल रहे थे लोग, हालांकि डॉक्टर चंद्रा हमारे हमसे पहले से ही परिचित हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने भी डॉक्टर विजय कुमार गाइड को, डॉक्टर RP जोशी को, हमारे एक मित्र हैं डॉक्टर DL कुंजानी जो गुजरात के हैं, उन्होंने जो तालों से उन्होंने भी हमको इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजन करने के लिए कर दिए। साथ ही साथ चेयरपर्सन के लिए मैंने जहाँ पे ऑफर किया, ये मेरा फोर्थ कॉन्फ्रेंस है, वेबिनार है और इस पर जो है अलग अलग लोगों का मिला। एक और TVGRI से डॉक्टर मैथ्यू डॉन जो कि अभी गार्डन पर हमारे यहाँ लेक्चर दे चुके थे, उन्होंने डॉक्टर बालाकृष्णन को हमको घाट में फाउनल डाइवर्सिटी पर चाह रहे थे और उन्होंने तुरंत कराया। तो इस प्रकार से पूरे इंडिया का साइंटिस्ट का जो हमको कोऑपरेशन मिला और क्योंकि हम एक छोटे जगह से छोटे संस्थान से थे, लेकिन एक जरूर इच्छा थी कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म में, क्योंकि हमारा MP स्टेट जैसा नाम है, MP मिडिल में है पूरे इंडिया के, तो एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म देते जिसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट वेस्ट साउथ सभी के साइंटिस्ट जो है यहाँ पर जुड़ जाएं। हालांकि सेमिनार मैंने करीब 12 सेमिनार कराए हैं, रेप्रेजेंटेटिव लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, उसमें वो लोग भी जुड़े हैं जो पहले आ चुके हैं हमारे यहाँ। लेकिन इससे बड़ा इससे सफल सेमिनार हमने डायरेक्ट सेमिनार के माध्यम से मैं नहीं करा पाया था और इसका कारण ये है कि इस बार साइंटिस्ट लोगों ने आने जाने का ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं था और आराम से वो बैठ के अपने यहाँ से लेक्चर दे सकते थे समय निकाल करके, और उन्होंने समय निकाल करके दिया। और निश्चित रूप से मैं सभी का आभार सभी के प्रति जो है ये धन्यवाद यहाँ पर स्वागत करता हूँ सबसे पहले कार्यक्रम में। और आगे की प्रक्रिया के लिए ये जो 18 दिन में कुल 28 टास्क 5 दिन में 18 नेशनल पार्क 18 नेशनल पार्क 5 डेज 18 नेशनल पार्क एंड 28 टॉक्स इमिनेंट स्पीकर की हुई और उसमें जो हमारे सीनियर साइंटिस्ट हैं और जो हमारे विषय के इमिनेंट पर्सन्स हैं, उनने चेयरपर्सन को चेयरपर्सन के रूप में हमारे नेशनल वेबिनार में लगातार 5 दिन मैराथन रूप से चलने वाली जो वेबिनार थी उसमें सब लोगों ने भाग लिया और हमको संबल प्रदान किया, ऑपरेट किया। हम सभी को एक बार पुनः इस क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी में वेलकम करते हैं, सभी का स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. The 5-day national webinar was organized by Department of Botany and Biotechnology, Government MS College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. The title of the webinar was Biosphere Reserve of India, Identification, Conservation and Management. The webinar was started from 15th March and ended on 19th March 21. During these 5 days, we have 28 sessions and all 28 speakers. We are
We are
submitting
submitting
here
here
with
with
a
a
very
very
brief
brief
report of
report
the
of the
webinar
webinar
because
because
it was a
it was a
marathon
marathon
once,
once
and we
and
have
we
very
have very
short of
short of
time.
time.
However,
However,
the
the
seminar,
seminar,
the
the
first
first
speaker
speaker
of
of
this
this
webinar,
webinar,
and he
and
was
he was
also a
also a
lead
lead
and
and
honorable
honorable
speaker
speaker
Dr.
Dr.
A.G.
A.G.
Pandurangan,
Pandurangan,
ex-director
ex-director
JNTBGRI,
JNTBGRI,
Tiruvananthapuram,
Tiruvananthapuram,
and
and
coordinator,
coordinator,
Government of
Government of
India.
India.
He
He
has
has
made
made
excellent
excellent
talk on
talk on
biosphere
biosphere
reserve
reserve
concept,
concept,
design,
design,
legal
legal
framework,
framework,
and
and
its
its
importance.
importance,
Biodiversity.
biodiversity.
Dr.
Dr.
Pandurangan
Pandurangan
has
has
enumerated in a
in
very
a very
lucid
lucid
manner all the
all the
aspects of
aspects of
biosphere
biosphere
reserves.
reserves.
He
He
has
has
made
made
the
the
extensive
extensive
survey
survey
and documentation
documentation
and have
and
an
have an
excellent
excellent
experience
experience
in the
in the
biodiversity
biodiversity
of
of
our
our
country.
country.
He
He
enumerated
enumerated
that the
that the
objectives
objectives
of
of the
botanical
botanical
reserve
reserve
is to
is to
promote
promote
the
the
research
research
activity
activity
and
and
to
to
boost
boost
the
the
traditional
traditional
knowledge
which
which is spread in our society since a long period.
period.
He
He
has
has
enumerated
enumerated
that
that
biosphere are not only the source of biodiversity, but
but
they are
source
source
of
of economic
economic
potential
potential
too.
too.
His
His
lecture
lecture
indeed
indeed
was
was
a
a
great,
great
and it
it
was
was
boosting
boosting
the
the
knowledge
knowledge
of
of
the
the
biodiversity
biodiversity
and
and
traditional
traditional
aspect
aspect
of
of
us.
us.
The
The
second
second
speaker
speaker
of
of
this
this
webinar
webinar on the same day was
Dr.
Dr.
H.S.
H.S.
Devnath,
Devnath,
former
former
Joint
Joint
Director,
Director,
J.C.
J.C.
Bose,
Bose,
Indian
Indian
Botanical
Botanical
Garden,
Garden,
Kolkata.
Kolkata.
He
He has
his
his
talk
talk
was
was
on the
on the
Sundarban
Sundarban
Biosphere
Biosphere
Reserve,
Reserve,
present
present
status
status
and
and
conservation.
conservation.
Dr.
Dr.
Devnath
Devnath
have very
very
good
good
knowledge,
knowledge
and
and
he
he
has
has
enumerated
enumerated
all the
all the
aspects
aspects
of
of
the
the
Sundarban
Sundarban
Biosphere
Biosphere
Reserve.
Reserve.
He
He
has
has
mentioned
mentioned
that the
that the
Sundarban
Sundarban
Biosphere
Biosphere
is
is
spread
spread
over
over
9630
9630
square
square
kilometer,
kilometer
and it
and it
has the
has the
largest
largest
mangrove
mangrove
of
of
the
the
globe,
globe,
high
high
salinity
salinity
and
and
low
low
oxygen
oxygen
potential is
potential is
here.
here.
Indeed,
Indeed,
his talk
stock
was
was also
and
and
inspiring
inspiring
knowledge
knowledge
to
to
us.
us.
The
The
second
second
talk
talk
was
was
performed by Dr.
Dr.
S.S.
S.S.
Sampat,
Sampat,
Dr.
Dr.
S.S.
S.S.
Samant,
Samant,
Director,
Director,
Himalayan
Himalayan
Forest
Forest
Research
Research
Institute,
Institute,
Shimla,
Simla,
Himachal
Himachal
Pradesh.
Pradesh.
Dr.
Dr.
Samant is on the screen.
screen.
He
He
has
has
narrated that
that
this
this
biosphere
reserve
have 533
533
species
of
of
the
important
vascular plants.
The
The
area
area
is
is
inhabited by
inhabited by
a
a number of local
people
people
who
are
are
utilizing
utilizing
various plant species
for
for
their
their
local
local
purpose.
purpose.
They
They
are
are also
cultivating some crop and vegetable plants
for their livelihood.
Indeed, it
It
is
is
a
a
good
good
resource of
of
tribal people and
and
boosting their economy and
traditional knowledge.
The
The
next
next
talker
talker
of
of the
okay sir. The
The
next
next
talker
talker
was
was
Dr.
Dr.
Vikram
Vikram
Singh.
Singh.
Dr.
Dr.
Vikram
Vikram
Singh.
Singh.
Dr.
Dr. Vikrama Singh,
Senior
Senior
Scientist,
Scientist,
Botanical
Botanical
Garden,
Garden,
Lucknow.
Lucknow.
The
The title of his talk was
No
No
Crack
Crack Biosphere Reserve, Plant Diversity,
Use
Use
and
and
Conservation.
Conservation.
He
He has made
an
an excellent contribution
on
on the
No
No
Crack
Crack
Biosphere
Biosphere
Reserve
Reserve
It is located in the Gargo Hills. It has been listed in 2009 in UNESCO listing. He has also mentioned that there are 992 species of the vascular plants. The next day on 16th, the eminent talker was Dr. C. Murugan, senior scientist, plant diversity resource, CSIR, NBRI Lucknow. The title of the talk was Flora and Management. Yes. Flora and Management of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. He has a vast knowledge of Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. Coimbatore, he belongs to Coimbatore. He mentioned that the Biosphere Reserve is spread over 5,670 square kilometer area. It's set up in 1986 and it is perhaps the first biosphere of our country. Here are 3,238 species of the vascular plants and a number of endemic and threatened species are also here. The next talker was Dr. R. Manikandal, scientist, BSI Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. His title of his talk was Biodiversity of Mannar Biosphere Reserve. He mentioned 705 species of flowering plants in the study area. The area is 5.55 square kilometer and it is in the Gulf of Mannar. His talk was a good lesson to our research workers and other people working on the diversity of various part of the country. The next talk was delivered by Dr. Sadashivrao, assistant professor. Dr. Sadashivrao, assistant professor, Postgraduate Department of Wildlife and Biodiversity, MSc University, Baripada, Odisha. The title of his talk was Faunal Diversity of simply all biosphere and its conservation. He has focused about the various flowering species located in the biosphere reserve. He also enumerated a number of fauna present in the park. He mentioned that here is tribal population. Good number of population. It is 73% of the total area. He also mentioned a number of elephant species and a number of bird species here. It is a good spot for the work on the various aspects of biodiversity, floral and faunal both. The next talk was delivered by Dr. Sankarrao Mungalia, scientist, BSI Hyderabad. He has focused on the floristic diversity of Sesachelum Biosphere Reserve. Sesachelum Biosphere Reserve has good floral diversity. Here is a number of species of cycas and other endemic species are here. He mentioned the various aspects of the flora and fauna of the park. The next talk was delivered by Dr. P.P. Barua, Govt University. He has mentioned his talk on the Dibrosycova Biosphere Reserve. Dibrosycova is inhabited by a number of tribals and local people. They are using the various plant resources from the park and it is a good source of their livelihood. The next speaker was Dr. Kartirangan, scientist. Dr. Kartikeyan scientist E. Botanical Survey of India, Habda. His talk was based on the diversity and conservation of mangrove in Sundarban Biosphere Reserve in India. He has mentioned that the number of mangrove vegetation is found in the coastal region. There is a big mangrove vegetation in Sundarban. India have approximately 56% of mangrove vegetation. Moreover, 624 species of vegetable plants, 33 species of mangrove plants are also here. He presented his talk based on various good and very fine slides. It is a good resource of mangrove plants growing in the area. The next talk was delivered by Dr. Govt, Mighty, Assistant Professor of Botany, University of Calcutta. His talk was based on the forested diversity of Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. He has enumerated several traditional knowledge and the number of forested species as well as the faunal diversity of the area. The 13th talk was delivered by Dr. Sudama Charan Sahu. The title of this talk was IQAC, Diversity and Status of the Species Occurring in the Simla Biosphere Reserve. He also mentioned that there are 2,400 species of the floristic plants. A number of tribal and local people are utilizing the various plants and their parts for the medicinal and other purposes, and it is good source of their livelihood. The next speaker of this webinar was Dr. Gujral. Dr. Gujral have mentioned the various plant species grown in the big Diwang Biosphere Reserve, Arunachal Pradesh. He has made an excellent contribution to the various floral and faunal diversity of the park. The fifth talk was delivered by Dr. R.K. Pandey, pharmacist, SFRI Jabalpur. The title of his talk was Achanak Maar Biosphere Reserve Pantak. It is located in the Madhya Pradesh and it has a number of plant diversity, vascular plants, some bryophytes and a number of algae and fungi. He has made an excellent contribution of the plants and mentioned 324 species in the area. The 16th talk was delivered by Dr. Ravi Shankar Upali. Dr. Ravi Shankar Upali is on the screen. His talk was on the Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve. Dr. Ravi Shankar has mentioned numerous species of medicinal and other purposes. With the help of beautiful slides, he mentions all the aspects of the flora and fauna. The next talk was delivered by Dr. M. Sharif, BSI Coimbatore. The title of his talk was Flora and Cultural Diversity of Andaman and Nicobar Island. He has shown very good photographs of the cellular jail located in the Andaman and Nicobar, and also showed slides of people going to the last movement. Indeed, he has enumerated numerous species of the medicinal plants. The Nicobar Island is spread over 960 square kilometers. He has also mentioned that the species is inhabited by 1,300 plants and a very good number of orchids and other floral diversity is here. The people, the tribal and local people are utilizing these resources for their livelihood, and it is a potential source of research and development activities. The 18th of what developed by Chandrasekhar, scientist, GB Pant, National Institute of Himalayan Environment, Almora. The title of stock was Floretic Diversity of Core Area of Cold Desert Biosphere, Reserve of India. He has mentioned that the area is spread over 7,770 square kilometers. It is the cold desert is located in the Himachal Pradesh, and it has 150 medicinal species, good water resources, and mentioned all the aspects of flora and diversity, and also indicate that the tribal peoples are extracting the plant resources for their livelihood. The next section was the talk of the next session was held by Dr. Madhav Upadhyay, Professor of Botany, Govt College, Korea. His talk was focused on the Botany Biosphere Reserve. Botany Biosphere Reserve is the first biosphere of the Madhya Pradesh. It has 622 villages, 14% of scheduled caste tribe located here. A good number of angiospermic species, 1,300 angiospermic flora is occurring in the Botany Biosphere Reserve. 12 gymnospermic plants, 100 pteridophytes, 67 bryophytes, and 105 lichens species are occurring in the Botany Biosphere Reserve. Indeed, it is a good source of the floristic diversity, and some very threatened species such as Xylotomnudum is also occurring in the area. The next speaker was Dr. Mr. P.C. Lakra. He is an IFS officer. He is Deputy Conservator of Forest, Institute of Forest, Productive Ranchi. The title of his talk was Wildlife Conservation and Management of Kanchanjunga Biosphere Reserve. He has made excellent contribution to study the various aspects of the Kanchanjunga Biosphere Reserve. He has mentioned that the Biosphere Reserve is spread over 2,931.12 square kilometers. It has 144 mammals species, 550 bird species, and a threatened species, red panda is also found here. Besides the red panda, musk deer, Himalayan deer is also found in this area. The 21 lecture was delivered by Dr. 21 lecture and 21 session was delivered by Dr. Janki Raman, scientist BSI Pune. Dr. Jayanti has made excellent contribution on the plant diversity of Great Golvalkar, Iceland. She has mentioned that more than 50 species of orchids are available here. The area is dominated by several species, and 140 species of beautiful plants are available. The people of the Great Golvalkar Islands are depend on the plant resources for their livelihood as well as for their day-to-day life. The 22 lecture was delivered by Dr. Janta De. She is program director as Calcutta, being an excellent academic record. She is working for the NGOs, and his talk was on the community management of the Biosphere Reserve of Sundarban. She has mentioned the various aspects of the management of the biosphere rather than the other aspects. Also enumerated that the biosphere reserve is spread over 9,630 square kilometer. It is a tiger reserve and it have very good flora as fauna. The 23 session was delivered by Dr. Baro, Dr. D. Baro, Assistant Professor of Botany, Tinsukya College, Assam. The title of his talk was Manas Biosphere Reserve. He has mentioned that the reserve have adequate water words and it have a good number of grassland vegetation. He also mentioned the some fungus seeds collected and utilized by the local communities. A number of other plant diversity is found here. It is a good source of the flora and fauna residing in and around the reserve. The next talk was delivered by Dr. Chandra, scientist, Gujarat Institute of Desert Ecology. Kutch Biosphere is very important. It is a part of Rajasthan and Gujarat area. It is a desert biosphere and it has been declared on 29 January 2008. The area is rich in several species. It is spread over 12,454 square kilometers. It have 253 floral species. Also, two mangroves are found and a number of fauna is also available in the biosphere reserve. The next talk was delivered by Dr. P. Balakrishnan, scientist, Kerala Forest Reserve Institute, Thrissur, Kerala. He has made his excellent contribution on the vertebrate diversity of the Western Ghats. He mentioned that the area of the Western Ghat is spread over 1,600 kilometers. It is included in the UNESCO heritage site. It has 350 species. A number of other diversity is also found here. The 26th talk was delivered by Dr. Kumar Singh, Botanical Associate, Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose Botanical Garden, Habra, Calcutta. His talk was based on the Nocrec Biosphere Reserve, land diversity conservation and management. He has mentioned that the Nocrec Biosphere Reserve was established on 1st November 1998 and it has been included in the UNESCO site in 2009. He mentioned that here are 22. Here are a number of species of plants and insectivorous plants, very attractive insectivorous plants. Fisher plant is also found here. He presented his work on the ways of beautiful photographs and histograms. The 27th lecture was delivered by Dr. Anjal Kristi, Associate Professor, Kali University, Berham, Odisha. The title of his talk was Natural Resources Conservation and Management in the Simply All Biosphere Reserve. He has mentioned that it is a tiger reserve spread over 2,750 square kilometers. It is established in 1994 and he has also mentioned that this is the zone of large salt forest. Here is tropical monsoonic type of climate. He has mentioned that area have 1,078 species of western plant, 54 species of orchids and 300 species of medicinal plant. It have 1,255 villages located in the biosphere. They are utilizing various plant sources for their day-to-day life. The last and 28
lecture was delivered by Dr. N.R. Shivan, Assistant Professor of Botany, Govt PG College, Damo. His title was Phytodiversity and Conservation of Panna Tiger Reserve. He has made an excellent contribution to the Panna Biosphere Reserve. He could not show the work through the slide due to some internet interruption. However, he mentioned all the aspects of Panna Biosphere Reserve. He has mentioned that the Biosphere Reserve has 602 species of angiosperm. Among these, 307 species of dioxys, 100 species of monoparts, 400 species of herbs. The area is dominated by a number of herbs which are utilizing by the tribal and local people residing in and around the Biosphere Reserve. It was a night's contribution of Dr. Suman. With this, we have completed 5 days of the conference along with the 28 talks spread over 28 sessions. Our chairperson have made an excellent contribution to complete the sessions. Various comments and the session have also been made by the chairperson, co-chairperson. We thanks all of them. Now I invite Dr. Misra to welcome our guest. Dr. Misra.
Welcome, sir. All of you. Welcome. And
Thank you very much, sir. Dr.
Saman, sir. Dr.
K.K. Khanna,
sir. Dr. Magan, sir. Dr. P.M. Krishnan, sir. Dr. Supali, sir. All of welcome and
you are mostly most welcome to all of you. Now I move to the next aspect of the webinar. I would like to know the feedback of our eminent participant speakers, chairperson, co-chairperson. First of all, I invite Dr. Pandurangan. Please provide some notes of the webinar. Dr. Pandurangan, sir.
Mute है sir.
Put on your mic, Pandurangan. Put on your mic.
Yes. So thank you. And in fact, the last 5 days we had a very visual treat for having all the biosphere reserves. There were altogether 28 presentations, as he has already summarized, covering all the 18 BRs. And today that last BR Panna, actually covered by Dr. Suman. In fact, there was some technical problem. We were not able to show the slides, but still, we could cover all the BRs and 28 presentations. In fact, I have attended 55 presentations all, except 3, because I had some other commitment in between. And the interesting thing is, every person have at least minimum 10 years experiences in each of the BR, and they have given their presentation in a nutshell, in a very digestive form for all of us. That was one of the interesting, and I thank Dr. Mishra and his team for working behind the curtain for bringing all the experts at one platform for the last 5 days. And it was very nice to see all of my colleagues also, probably more than a dozen, half a dozen BSI colleagues. There I belongs to that organization. And Dr. Samant was, I think I met you last time when you were in Kullu of GB Botany.
Yeah, I was there, then I have shifted to here as director.
Yeah, congratulations for your promotion to the director of Himalayan Forest Research Institute.
Thank you very much, thank you.
And one of your colleague also, he has become the director of GB Pant Institute, Rawat.
Yeah, Rahul is there.
Nice to see all the eminent professors across the country, right from north to south and east to west. Every biosphere answer we have covered, and additionally information on Andaman Islands also. So it is a very nice, but I suggest one thing to the Dr. Mishra.
Yes.
Please take all the papers, presentations to the experts and bring out a compiled publication. So that will be a valid document and will be a source of reference for all of us. In fact, I have sent my full paper for already to you. And they have made corrections and sent to you also again revised manuscript. So that will be the one. It will be a good contribution for understanding the structure and dynamics of the biosphere reserves, particularly flora and fauna and all the aspects.
We have also ISBN number, sir. Ministry of Agriculture ISBN number.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So that it will be very nice. And of course, one point we couldn't cover, but probably it was not having a time or we should not thought of, because after 1992 Rio de Janeiro conference on human environment and development, most of the VR mission and vision have integrated to global. That is what is the, I forget that, Aichi target. Actually, they have now incorporated VR into SDG, Sustainable Goals, actually. Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. And also they have included now Aichi targets, promoted Aichi targets as an indicator for assessing the performance of VR, actually. That particular portion was actually we didn't cover, but definitely that can be also added. The publication, that will be good, so that we have covered almost everything. So India is the COP and responsible for the conference of parties, and we are also implementing the BR program. So every aspects we can cover. That is from concept, design, implementation, protection, everything will be come and at one publications that will be very useful references for the future young researchers who are going for the actually BR for the research program. And I thank the organizers for inviting me and most of my colleagues. I know this is the one opportunity I could see my colleagues, and of course Dr. Krishnan, we are handling actually day to day, we are discussing about this program, and I thank for all of them and all the experts who are presented on their about the individual BRs, and in fact created awareness among the scientific community. They understood about the uniqueness, because every BR having their unique landscape, people and flora, fauna, everything. That is why India is considered as one of the 17 mega diversity countries in the world. So naturally, all our BRs are actually, in fact, validating this concept, and we look forward to conserve all our biodiversity, not only for our present, but for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandurangan. Thank you very much for valuable comments. Now I over to Dr. S. Saman. Please, Dr. Saman, please comment our webinar.
Thank you very much. At the outset, again, I would like to congratulate organizers for organizing this very important webinar systematically, and then when I see the foundation was laid by a very renowned scientist and administrator, Dr. Pandurangan, whom I know very well, and then Dr. Devnath, and to all the eminent speakers who presented information on different biosphere reserves across the country. So I would also like to congratulate all the speakers for their systematic presentation. Some of them, they gave the overview of the biosphere reserve, overall studies carried out there, and a few of them, they presented the case studies, and then all were at par and very systematic. Mostly they highlighted the issues. Then here I would like to say that the biosphere is the best example of ecosystem. In case this follows the ecosystem approach, where we see the interrelationship interaction of biotic and abiotic factors, where we have two manipulation zones, then buffer and transit zones, and core zone, they are protected one. Then there are many activities to be carried out. Then here I would like to say that we need to have the comprehensive database of all the say life forms, say flora as well as fauna, and then we need to go for the eco development programs in the buffer and transition zones, and we need to monitor the vegetation, and particularly these are the best examples in case we monitor for a long term basis, and they can give us the actual impact of climate change. So that is there. Then also the resignation status of the tree species in those biosphere reserves, and some of the biosphere reserves they are facing say problem of invasion by invasive species. So that is very important to eradicate all these species. That is very important. Then identification of threat categories of all the species. The location specific threat categories, they are very important. Some of them they are confined to a particular biosphere reserve. Some species have a wide range of distribution. Then based on that, applying the IUCN criteria, one can do that. And then you can see we have many livelihood options. These can be yes, say storage of germplasm, we can say, and then we can also go for the soil health card and ecosystem survey, then carbon sequestration and other studies. So in case we do the integrated study, then definitely we will reach to the conclusion, and we will be able to manage the biosphere reserve. The Man and Biosphere program of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they fund projects on different aspects of biosphere reserves. Then one can apply, and then the gap areas can be fulfilled. So that could be one of the area, say source of funding, and there are say UNESCO and other organizations, they also fund. And with this I would again like to congratulate the principal of the college, the Professor Mishra, and his entire team, and all the eminent say scientists, Dr. Pandurangan, Dr. Denat, and others, Dr. Khanna, and all the eminent speakers for their say inputs, and for making helping to make this webinar successful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samant. Now I over to Dr. Arvind Pramanik. Dr. Arvind Pramanik. Dr. Pramanik is perhaps not on the screen. I request to Dr. Ravi Shankar. Dr. Ravi Shankar.
I'm here. Good evening, everybody.
Okay, please comments.
So yeah, it's a really wonderful webinar in the sense we came to know concisely about all the biosphere reserves in India. All the 18 biosphere reserves. So I got a knowledge or information on the biosphere reserves from hills to oceans, like H2O. Biosphere reserves at highest level to the Nicobar Island. So that is very unique thing as far as our country is concerned. I would like to advise that it is better to bring out Rewa chapter on biosphere reserves. So this could be our recommendation, like Rewa chapter on biosphere reserves, where we can have an umbrella approach for conservation or better management after, as Dr. Pandurangan is here, from 1992, UNCBD, UNFCCC, UNF, to combat desertification, then Millennium Ecosystem Assessment to Aichi targets, now Sustainable Development Goals. We can touch upon everything, wherein everything says that we have to manage our resources in such a nice way that we have it today, and also pass it on in a nice way to our future generations. That is the fundamental approach. But what is that we require? We have all the technical knowledge. Our country is endowed with rich institutions. We have institutional mechanisms, and we have all the necessary acts, including the Tribal Rights Act now. Because it's very important. Our biosphere reserves have the human component. Other things like protected areas or national parks do not have much. That is what when I was working in Indira Gandhi Wildlife Sanctuary in Topslip, the tribals were saying animals are given more importance than human beings. But as far as a comprehensive biosphere reserve concept is concerned, it revolves around the human component as well, which is very important. So under that, maybe we have to have some financial stability with very good financial mechanism of having biosphere reserve fund, and an institution mechanism is already there. And we have to mainstream other sectors that will have an impact on the biosphere reserves. Biosphere reserves per se we are conserving, but actions by industries that are outside biosphere reserve will have an impact on the management of biosphere reserves. In that sense, we have to mainstream industrial sector into conservation of biosphere reserves by having their corporate social responsibility funds slightly, kind of taking that into. Because wildlife management plan, we have the, central and state contributions. But beyond that, if we want to have, because our things are business as usual, we have plan, non-plan. But for exigency, to meet the requirements of local communities, by means of, many presentations have given alternative livelihoods to the communities. That's very, very important. To meet the alternative livelihoods, we may not have funding. So plan and under plan and non-plan budget, we may not have. So these are all the things which are inevitable. We have to source from CSR. All these things I think we should put under this Rewa chapter on biosphere reserves, so that we present it to our ministry, so that it will be considered. So these are my few suggestions which I hope will be of use. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I learned a lot in fact.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Krishnan. Now I over to Dr. P.N. Krishnan. Dr. P.N. Krishnan.
Okay, sir.
Please comment.
First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Mishraji and his group for organizing such a webinar, bringing many of the experts in the field of biosphere research in a single platform. That was a big contribution which he made in that one, and I congratulate him and his team on these aspects. And I could not attend some of the talk lectures because of my preoccupation, but many of the talks were on a field survey based, as well as on the research they obtained from the field by themselves. That was a very good thing, because many of the things I see, they theoretically many of them are presenting, but they do not have any base data on the land data and the biological data there. But in all the presentations were very good, and they have got a field data as well as they analyzed the data. And that is especially in the climate change scenario present now. This biosphere research has got a significant role in that, having sequestering the carbon sequestration, and also as we also do in our organization CISA. In the schools also, you look into this carbon sequestration and how these school campuses can be made zero carbon budgets. That type of program should be implemented in a national base, where this biosphere research can have a carbon sequestration which can attain SDG goal, what we AMCI conditions now. And in another case, I have to say I have a recommendation, because now there are a lot of tools available in bioinformatics, ecoinformatics, and biotechnology, whereby not only survey, identification, conservation, and conservation technologies can be improved, and their evolutionary sequence, evolutionary trend can be analyzed through these biotechnology and bioinformatic tools. These should be implemented for evaluating, surveying, evaluating, conserving, and sustainable utilization of these natural resources on an integrated way, because it has got not only plants and animals, but human beings are also staying inside the biosphere research. So they should also be included in the sustainable development, and they should have their livelihood from the area where they are living. That is what I have to say, and I again congratulate Mr. Raji and his group, and let it come as a book, as Ravi Shankar told, Rewa. Rewa concept, what we can say it is.
Rewa chapter on biosphere.
Yeah, Rewa chapter on biosphere research. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna. And now I move to Dr. K.K. Khanna, BSI Allahabad. Please make the comments. Dr. K.K. Khanna.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am highly thankful to organizers, Professor Skand Mishra, and associated with Professor Asanto Edi, to offer me a act as chairperson of 2 sessions. This was a very fine series of lectures on biosphere reserves of our whole country, almost whole country, from Kutch to Meghalaya, from North Nilgiri, Nilgiri to North to South, I want to say, and East to West. Almost all the biosphere reserves were covered, and very good information was given by the speakers. I congratulate the organizers for this act, and organized for 5 days, and we got the information on our own seat about the whole country. We got the photographs, we got the analysis of the data, the conservation measures to be taken up, and really I am very happy, very happy. I thank all the persons who are here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khanna. You indeed have made an excellent contribution to make the success of this webinar. Now I request some participants that please share your comments on this webinar. First I call Dr. S.R. Mundala. Dr. S.R. Mundala, young speaker of the webinar, Dr. Mundala.
Dr. Shankar Rao from Hyderabad. Dr. Shankar Rao. Hello.
Perhaps he is not in the list. Dr. Shankar Rao Mundala.
Yes. Sir.
Are you receiving my voice?
Hello.
You are the speaker of our webinar.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please share your views pertaining to this webinar.
Yes. Sir, really this webinar is wonderful, sir. The way of that even speakers also, that very good, sir, very good speakers and eminent speakers, sir. Really this is worthy, sir. It is not only for me, sir, and the entire who is interesting for plant taxonomy in forthcoming days, sir. This is very, very wonderful, sir. And thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mundala. Now I over to Dr. Sanjeev Mukherjee. Please share your views. Dr. Mukherjee. Dr. Mukherjee. Dr. Murugan.
Dr. Murugan.
Sir, good evening to all.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Dr. Murugan, share
First
your
of all, I
views.
thank Professor Khan Misra and Dr. Pandurangan sir, Dr. Ravisankar sir. I know very few in this webinar group, sir, but it is a wonderful plan. Rightly, you have taken decision to conduct this webinar on Biosphere Reserve. I request the Professor Misra or Dr. Pandurangan sir, once in a year we have such a program so that young people like us, the students community also will be benefited from this webinar. Meanwhile, sir, we can encourage some the students also participate this program. Like we are almost we cannot say I am old man or young man, in between middle group. So we have to give opportunity, particularly students, those who are working in that Biosphere Reserve. Like for example, Mr. Saravanan working in Odisha Ethno Party. Like that, we can give opportunity, sir. So that meanwhile, sir, I think many students have not participated in this webinar. Now, sir, if you see, only 11 people are here. We are conducting national level webinar. Very few people only participating. We have to make popular to young people, particularly students community, sir. That is my humble request. Meanwhile, every year, sir, we have to conduct such program. That is my view. That's all, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murugan. Now I over to Dr. Rachana Chandra. Dr. Rachana Chandra.
Yes.
Please share your views, Dr. Rachana.
Yeah, like for past 2 days I have been hearing about the lectures in this conference, and earlier to that I was having some in past days whatever I have heard are very informative. I must congratulate Dr. Mishra for this wonderful session, and as the earlier speaker said, maybe we can have more students who can participate and get information on all the biosphere reserves of the country.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Now I move to Dr. Manohar Patil. Dr. Manohar Patil.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, Professor Stan Mishra and his organizer team. I am audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. First of all, I congratulate to all the team and the college authorities, whoever have supported you for organizing such a big मेला. हम तो इसको मेला ही बोलेंगे, क्योंकि आपने पूरे 5 दिन में इंडिया घुमा के लेके आए हम सबको. It was a topic was also nice, which was helpful to all of us, and which is a burning topic. Discussions and the resource person were all eminent and stalwarts of their own field, whoever have given the presentations and information which will be helpful to coming generations also, government authorities also, and all the policy makers also. So presentations were also nice. In between, being a principal of a college, I was unable to attend few lectures and also unable to attend as a co-chairman yesterday. For that, I am sorry, Professor Skan Mishra, I was unable yesterday, and still you have given me an opportunity today to speak few words. Really, it was a nice meal to us. We all are not able to digest all this knowledge, but we will try to all take up all this knowledge with us, and we again will expect few programs from your side also, and other publications in such field also. So thank you once again for all the participants, all the resource person and the organizing team. On behalf of my institution, thank you very much. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patil. Now I over to Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee. Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee.
Sir.
Please share
good evening, all of you. Good evening, all of you. Just I would like to thank Dr. Skan Mishra sir and all the dignitaries present over there. Sorry, just I couldn't join earlier. As I'm in the train, just I'm going to attend the Indian Botanical Society conference there in Lucknow. So sorry for that. But as far as your 5-day conference is concerned, just really it's a wonderful session. All those 5 days session, just organizing 5 days, really just how Askan Mishra sir has thought about this of 5 days. Really, although the attendance was less, but whoever has attended, really they were very keen to have interest, keep interest on the issue, and really just we got a glimpse of all the bioreserves present in the country. Just I was counting total of 52 eminent chairperson, co-chairperson, and speakers. So I thought that all around the India, I seen there was in presence of the Indian scenario. So really, sir, just it's a wonderful session and wonderful presentations, and I came across the stalwarts of the botany, taxonomy, and the person who are working on the conservation aspect in the Biosphere Reserve. So thank you very much, and I think in future also this kind of a webinar or even the COVID after the once the COVID situation will finish, we will meet sometime in a nice manner in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, sir. Thank you for organizing such a.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee, for your valuable comments. Now I request all the eminent speakers, chairperson and co-chairperson participating in the webinar. Thus, please send your valuable papers for the publication of the article in the ISSS number book form. Also requested to please submit your valuable comments, suggestions and recommendations for the framework of the webinar on the email or on the WhatsApp of the convener. You all are very eminent fellows who have a vast knowledge of the subjects and have adequate experiences in your field. And at the last, I invite Dr. Suman. Please view on the seminar. Dr. Suman, Govt College Damoh.
Can I make a few points before that, please?
Doctor? Yes, sir.
I think we need to have some deadlines to bring out the proceedings.
Yes, sir.
Within 1 month. Within 1 month. Suggestion and recommendation within 1 week. And paper script 1 month.
Okay, probably you may send a mail tomorrow morning to everybody, so that will be useful. Just my suggestion.
Okay, sir. Thank you once again to all the eminent speakers.
Dr. Pandurangan, sir.
Dr. Pandurangan. Dr. Khanna.
Thank you, sir. all सभी को.
Thank you very much for kind
contribution. To you all the next webinar.
Thank you once again.
आप सजेशन लेते रहेंगे सर बीच में.
Thank you.
थैंक यू सर मिश्रा जी. थैंक यू. आपने बहुत मेहनत लिया सर.
आप लोगों के साथ रहा सर.
सर ये सबसे बड़ा वेबिनार हुआ है. मैंने आज तक अभी 4-5 महीने में वेबिनार्स देखे, तो इतना बड़ा वेबिनार नहीं है. इतना बड़ा नहीं हुआ 5 दिन तक. इसलिए मैंने
प्लीज.
हाँ प्रोफेसर मिश्रा साहब, ये आपके ही जैसा था कि आपने सबको बांध के रखा. सॉरी, मैं फर्स्ट हाफ में मेरा एक लेक्चर था, अभी मैं सेशन वहाँ खत्म किया, वहाँ से मुक्ति मान के आई.
आप बिल्कुल सही टाइम में आ गई. प्लीज.
Stop Veena Pani. Where is Dr. Veena Pani?
Dr. Veena Pani today.
Yeah. was there most of the days.
Dr. Veena Chandra, sir, Dr. Veena Chandra.
Here right now.
Please share your views. Share your views.
Give your opinion also and suggestions for improvement.
Asking me?
Please.
Oh,
share your
I joined so late, and I was there only for a session to watch suggestions. But I heard that Professor Mishra is coming out with the proceedings in 1 month.
Yes.
That's great, and I hope he has seen the publications of the Ministry of Environment and Forest on the Biosphere reserves. देखिए सर इस तरह आपने?
There are 3 volumes.
Yes.
No, there are many of them, and I have almost now I have stopped going to the ministry, but I have many of them with me.
Yes.
On the Biosphere.
BR itself, they have brought out 3 volumes, sir.
Oh.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, madam.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all of you.
Thank you all of you.
And for your valuable comments and suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Murugan.
Thank you, Ravi Shankar. How are you?
Thank you, Krishnan. Fine.
Dr. Prasanjit. Thank you, Stan Mishra ji.
Yes.
Doctor,
Thank you, ma'am. Veena.
हाँ
Yes,
प्रसन्नजीत
ma'am.
साहब
No, just now I'm on the train, ma'am. Just I'm going to Lucknow now.
अच्छा you
Just
are
for IBS.
हाँ you are going for that IBS.
Yes.
Okay.
जी.
आपका कोई काम उस पे बोटानिकल लिटरेचर पे या वैसा कुछ है? नहीं एक अवार्ड मेरे फादर के नाम पे मैंने APT में इंस्टीट्यूट किया है ज्ञानचंद्र मेडल. अच्छा. विद्यानाथ झा साहब को मिला है वो.
आज था उनका लड़का वहीं गए हैं वो. लखनऊ ही गए हैं लड़का. उनका चेयरपर्सन थे आजकल था लेकिन वो नहीं कल की बात हुई लगता वो लखनऊ गए.
जी ठीक है मिश्रा साहब नमस्कार.
थैंक यू.
आगे मिलते रहेंगे ऐसे ही वेबिनार में ज्वाइन करते रहेंगे.
अभी तो आपका सजेशन हमें चेयरपर्सन और इमिनेंट स्पीकर से एक हफ्ते में हमने सजेशन और रिकमेंडेशन मांगे हैं.
और इसके बाद जो है जो स्पीकर्स हैं वो अपनी जो टॉक है उसका चार पेज का वो हमको एक महीने में दे देंगे.
एक्सटेंडेड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट की तरह
4 पेज 5 पेज फॉर प्रोसीडिंग बुक
ठीक है सर.
विथ ISBN नंबर.
वो हमारे पास है ISBN नंबर है हमारे पास.